Your mind isn't always your ally. It whispers worries when you're safe, magnifies threats that aren't there, and sees patterns where none exist. This isn't a flaw. It's a survival tactic gone too far. Psychologically, your brain is wired to protect you, and to do that, it predicts danger, sometimes even inventing it. Think of a time you were home alone and heard a noise. Instantly, your pulse quickened and you imagined the worst. Yet, most often it was nothing but your mind playing tricks, sensing danger in shadows. This phenomenon is rooted in something psychologists call negativity bias, our mind's tendency to focus more intensely on negative possibilities than positive realities. It evolved to help our ancestors avoid threats, but today it often does more harm than good. The trouble starts when we mistake our fears for facts, letting anxious thoughts define our decisions. Recognizing that your mind can mislead you is a powerful first step. Instead of immediately believing every anxious thought, pause and consider, is this worry real, or is it your brain overreacting to protect you? Gently challenging these assumptions can free you from the cycle of imagined threats and help you respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Your mind may continue to play tricks, but understanding why it happens puts you in charge. It's not about silencing your fears completely, but learning to live wisely with them. Our brains love what's familiar, gravitating toward things we already know or recognize. This isn't just preference, it's psychology. When faced with choices, our mind naturally picks the path that feels safe and predictable, because familiarity signals comfort, security, and reduced risk. Think about it. When you're in a new city, you might choose a coffee shop that reminds you of your favourite back home. Or maybe you re-watch a movie for the 10th time, even though you already know how it ends. This isn't laziness or lack of imagination. It's your brain conserving mental energy by sticking to what's known. Psychologically, stepping into the unfamiliar demands more attention, effort, and uncertainty, which can feel exhausting or stressful. Our minds crave patterns because recognizing them is reassuring. It's how we make sense of the world. But here's the twist. What feels safe can also limit growth. If we only ever choose what's familiar, we might miss out on discovering something even better. Recognizing our brain's preference can help us deliberately push past comfort, turning unfamiliar experiences into new familiar patterns and expanding our mental landscape in the process. The goal isn't to abandon familiarity, but to see it clearly, understand its pull, and know when to step beyond it. Because sometimes the best parts of life are waiting just on the other side of what we already know. People often rush to fill silence as if it's something uncomfortable, something to be feared. When conversation slows or the room goes quiet, it's easy to think that something is wrong, that we need to fix it, fill it, say something quick. But silence isn't empty space. It's a space rich with meaning. Psychologically, silence is powerful because it brings us face to face with our own thoughts, feelings, and insecurities. It exposes us. That's why silence feels risky. Without distraction, there's nowhere to hide. But when we embrace silence rather than avoiding it, we gain something valuable: genuine insight, clarity, and even comfort in our own presence. Think about the person who listens quietly while others scramble for words. That calm confidence often comes from knowing that silence is not an absence, but a presence. It's the pause that gives meaning to speech, the breath that lets ideas sink in, the quiet moment that lets emotions surface and truth reveal itself. In relationships, silence can speak louder than words ever could. It says, I'm here, I'm listening, I'm comfortable enough with you to not fill every second. It creates a space of trust and understanding where words become more thoughtful because they're not rushed. So next time silence creeps into a conversation, don't rush to cover it. Give it room, allow it to breathe, because in that quiet there's often the deepest connection and the loudest truth. Silence isn't something to fear, it's something to embrace. We often think of ourselves as logical beings, making decisions based on careful reasoning and clear judgment. But psychology shows us a different picture. Our emotions are powerful, and they frequently override logic, shaping our choices in ways we hardly notice. Imagine you're in a heated argument. Facts and reasoning might support your side, but frustration or anger takes control, pushing logic aside. Or picture shopping after a rough day. You know you don't need another pair of shoes, yet that instant joy or comfort overrides your sensible budget. Psychologically, this happens because emotions activate the brain's survival instincts. They respond faster than logic, guiding actions that feel right in the moment, even if they're not best in the long run. Think about fear. It's designed to keep you safe, reacting immediately before rational thought can catch up. But acknowledging this isn't admitting weakness. It's powerful self-awareness. It's knowing that logic alone won't solve every problem. Sometimes the wisest choice isn't to suppress emotions, but to understand and manage them. Pausing, recognizing what you're feeling, and reflecting on why can give your rational mind a chance to catch up. Ultimately, understanding that emotions override logic isn't about surrendering control. It's about gaining a deeper insight into yourself. It helps you navigate life with greater clarity, empathy, and patience. Because when you understand the emotions driving your decisions, you take back the power to choose consciously rather than reactively. First impressions have a way of quietly shaping the stories we tell ourselves. In just a few seconds, our minds decide if someone feels trustworthy, competent, or kind, often without us even realizing it's happening. Psychology reveals this isn't random. It's how our brains simplify complex interactions. Our first impression sets an expectation, acting like a mental filter through which future experiences pass. Imagine you meet someone who smiles warmly and genuinely listens to you. Your brain records this as safe, inviting you to open up. On the other hand, an awkward first encounter can set off caution, making future interactions strained even when they're harmless. But here's where it gets powerful. Knowing this gives us a choice. We can influence these first moments by simply showing authentic warmth and openness. This doesn't mean pretending to be someone we're not. It means intentionally offering the best version of who we already are. Research shows that small gestures like maintaining gentle eye contact, smiling, or genuinely listening not only put others at ease, but also reinforce our own positive feelings. Ultimately, first impressions aren't just about pleasing others. They're about setting a foundation for trust, respect, and genuine connection. When we recognize their significance, we can approach new interactions with a sense of purpose. Because whether we intend it or not, our first moments with someone else become part of the story they'll carry forward. People often think of choices as something that limits them, every decision closing doors, cutting off opportunities. But psychology paints a different picture, showing that choices actually set us free. Making choices activates a powerful sense of control in our brains, a feeling psychologists call autonomy. This freedom isn't about having unlimited options, but about knowing you have the power to shape your path. Think about how it feels when you decide, Intentionally, how you'll spend your weekend or tackle your to-do list. That simple act of choosing, rather than having the day decided for you, makes you feel energized, motivated, even excited. Psychologically, when we choose freely, our brain perceives fewer threats and sees more possibilities. We experience less anxiety and more satisfaction because we're not just reacting, we're acting with intention. Of course, not every choice is easy, and sometimes we hesitate, fearing mistakes. But the science is clear. Embracing the freedom in choosing, even with uncertainty, builds resilience and confidence. It shifts our perspective from feeling trapped by decisions to seeing them as opportunities to express who we really are. So the next time you're faced with a tough choice, remember the freedom you gain by choosing is worth more than the perfect outcome. Choices aren't about limitations, they're about discovering your true potential. Behind every smile, there's more happening than just a moment of happiness. Smiles aren't merely a response to joy, they're powerful tools shaped by deep psychological connections. When you smile, even when you're not particularly happy, your brain triggers the release of endorphins, those tiny, powerful chemicals that reduce stress and lift your mood. But the power of smiles extends even beyond personal benefits. Think about a crowded room. When someone smiles, others instinctively smile back. Psychologists call this emotional contagion, the phenomenon of feeling and reflecting the emotions of those around us. A simple, genuine smile can diffuse tension, build instant trust, and foster a sense of community. Consider this scenario. You're meeting someone new, feeling a bit uncertain. Their warm, open smile instantly calms you. It communicates safety and acceptance. This isn't coincidence. Research shows we naturally associate smiling with friendliness and approachability. People who smile frequently are often perceived as more confident and reliable, creating opportunities for deeper connections, both personally and professionally. Yet, it's not just about the smiles we show others, it's about the smiles we give ourselves. When facing challenges, simply smiling can change your emotional perspective, making obstacles seem less daunting. So the next time you flash a smile, remember, it's not only an expression of joy, it's a powerful tool that shapes your mood, influences others, and transforms moments. Your smile holds immense power. Use it wisely. Words aren't just words. They shape the way we think, the way we see ourselves and the world around us. This idea is more than poetry. It's rooted deeply in psychology. Every time you speak, the language you choose guides your brain, quietly reinforcing beliefs, creating habits, and colouring your perceptions. Imagine telling yourself, "I have to do this," versus "I get to do this." It sounds subtle, but psychologically there's a world of difference. One feels heavy, an obligation, and the other feels light, even exciting. This shift in language influences your attitude, your energy, and your actions. Psychologists call this phenomenon cognitive framing. How you describe your experiences directly influences how you perceive them. Think of the person who says, "I'm terrible at public speaking," versus one who says, "I'm improving each time I speak." Both statements shape expectations and outcomes. One builds barriers, the other opens possibilities. In relationships, too, the words we use frame how we view conflict and connection. Saying, "You're always late," sets a defensive tone, while "I've noticed you've been running late lately" is "everything okay?" Invites understanding and solutions. Our thoughts, emotions, and even capabilities follow the path carved out by our words. Choosing your words with intention is choosing your thoughts and beliefs with intention too. Because words aren't just sounds, they're the building blocks of your mindset, the subtle architects of your reality. Hands aren't just tools, they're storytellers. The way you move them, hold them, even where you place them, speaks volumes. Psychology reveals that hands often betray hidden feelings, ones we're not even aware we're expressing. When we're anxious, our hands might ring or clasp tightly. When we're comfortable and confident, they're open, steady, expressive. Our fingers might fidget when we're unsure, or dance gently in conversation when we're at ease. Even subtle gestures like touching the neck or scratching the palm can signal stress or discomfort. And it's not just nerves our hands reveal. They communicate warmth, openness and trust when we extend them openly or use them expressively while speaking. Our hands can even show attraction, mirroring movements subconsciously during conversations. Science backs this up. Psychologists studying nonverbal cues find that the hands often tell truths our words try to hide. Becoming aware of these signals doesn't just help us read others better, it deepens our self-awareness. When we notice our hands tensing up, we can recognize anxiety before it takes hold. When we see someone else's hands relax into openness, we sense a genuine connection forming. By paying attention to our hands, we're not just observing body language, we're learning to listen more deeply to ourselves and those around us. Because sometimes the loudest messages are spoken without words, quietly revealed through our hands. Attention isn't just valuable, it's limited. Our brains aren't built to process endless streams of information. Every notification, conversation and decision consumes a piece of our mental energy. Psychology tells us that our capacity for attention is like a battery. It drains throughout the day, especially when we switch tasks frequently or juggle multiple things at once. Think about how sharp you feel first thing in the morning compared to how you feel after a busy afternoon. It's not because you're lazy or unfocused, it's because attention by nature is finite. Research shows that our brains thrive when we focus deeply on fewer things rather than superficially on many. Constant interruptions don't just slow you down, they lower the quality of your thinking. Yet, our world is set up to bombard us with constant demands for attention, tricking us into believing we can multitask effectively. But that's a myth. Each distraction, however small, comes with a cost, taking your brain precious minutes to refocus fully again. The secret isn't working harder or faster. It's about recognizing the limit to your attention and spending it deliberately. Protect your attention as you would protect any valuable resource. Prioritize meaningful tasks. Take intentional breaks and minimize unnecessary interruptions. Because when you guard your attention, you give your brain space to do its best work. Attention isn't limitless, so treat it like the precious resource it truly is. Your mind doesn't store memories like photographs. It rebuilds them every time you revisit the past. You trust that you remember your childhood home, the face of a friend, or the details of a conversation. But memory is not a passive record. It is an active construction shaped by suggestion, bias, and emotion. Imagine recounting a story from last week. You fill in missing pieces without noticing, perhaps recalling details you never actually observed. Psychologists describe this as reconstructive memory, and one well-known phenomenon is the misinformation effect. In classic research, participants viewed a simple event and later encountered misleading information. When asked to describe what they saw, Many confidently remembered things that never happened. Memory became a blend of what they witnessed and the new details they absorbed. This happens not only in the lab. When a friend describes your shared trip using different words, you might adopt their version as your own. Or you misplace your keys and blame the last place you imagine them, not where they truly are. Every time you recall, your brain edits the scene, smoothing rough edges and sometimes inventing whole moments to make sense of the story. Understanding that memories are flawed can change how you approach the past. It means checking facts, listening to multiple accounts, and staying curious rather than certain. Memory isn't a window onto the past. It's a narrative you co-author with your own mind. Embracing its imperfections makes you more compassionate, more open to other perspectives, and more humble about what you truly know. Imagine standing in a crowded room, voices overlapping like white noise. Then someone says your name, and suddenly the chatter fades. You feel a spark, attention shifts. That moment shows why names hold power. Far from being a simple label, your name is a key that unlocks focus, identity, and connection. Psychologically, this taps into what scientists call the cocktail party effect and self-referential processing. Our brains are wired to perk up at the sound of our own name. By using someone's name, you draw their attention and signal respect. Think of a meeting where a colleague's ideas float by until you pause to say, "Anna, what do you think?" Their eyes light up. Just that small act makes them feel seen and heard. In classic experiments, participants respond faster and more positively when their name appears in a list of words. That's no accident. When we hear our name, we become present, open, and even more willing to engage. This simple technique works everywhere. A teacher who greets students by name builds trust. A friend who remembers your full name makes you feel important. In relationships, big and small, names are the first handshake of conversation. So next time you speak with someone, choose their name. It's more than a word. It's an invitation to listen, connect, and respect. Names hold power. Embrace it. Imagine walking into a room awash in deep blue. Before you speak, a sense of calm settles in. Colours affect mood in ways more powerful than we often realise. Psychological research shows that each hue carries emotional weight, quietly shaping how we feel and behave. At its core, colour psychology explores how certain shades trigger responses in our brains, from alertness to serenity. Consider a simple study where people tackled puzzles in a room painted red. They solved visual tasks faster, their heart rate higher, and focus sharpened by the energizing tone of red. Meanwhile, participants in a green room reported feeling more creative and relaxed, green's natural association with growth, soothing their minds. Yellow, with its bright energy, tends to spark optimism, lifting spirits like sunshine on a cold day. Psychologically, this works because colours influence our autonomic nervous system. Warm shades, like reds and oranges, raise arousal and engagement, while cool tones like blues and greens slow our breathing and encourage reflection. These effects extend beyond rooms. Wearing a favourite colour can boost confidence before a meeting. Choosing coloured lighting at home can signal the brain to wind down or gear up for activity. Next time you stare at a blank wall or pick out an outfit, remember its shade is more than decoration. It's a subtle mood shaper. By tuning into these colour cues, you can design spaces and experiences that resonate with how you want to feel. Harness that hidden hue power and let colour be more than visual. It can be emotional architecture. A genuine smile has the power to dissolve suspicion before a single word is spoken. Psychologically, we lean on facial cues to guide trust. Studies reveal that in just a third of a second, our amygdala lights up, weighing the width of a face, the curve of a brow, even the hint of a smile to decide if someone seems safe. But trust isn't dictated by bone and muscle alone. It springs to life when we unconsciously mirror the expressions we see. That tiny twitch at the corner of a mouth, the lift of an eyebrow, they're all caught by mirror neurons wiring us for connection rather than isolation. Imagine walking into a meeting and noticing a colleague mimicking your genuine laugh. Your mind interprets that reflection as validation. It feels familiar, so you feel at ease. This isn't coincidence, it's human nature. Mirroring facial expressions isn't theatrical mimicry. It's a silent dialogue where authenticity speaks louder than words. Yet many of us still underestimate these subtle signals, focusing on polished presentations instead of genuine expressions. By tuning into the ebb and flow of someone's facial rhythms, we tap into an unspoken language of trust. Next time you meet someone new, notice the way their face moves with yours. Those delicate echoes are what build trust long before conversations begin. Faces guide trust, not as ornaments of identity, but as bridges between minds. A gentle piano chord can ease a racing heart, and a driving drum beat can spark a surge of energy. Music alters our feelings through tone, tempo, and melody, stirring our deepest emotions without a single word spoken. From playful major chords that lift our spirits to the brooding pull of a minor key, melodies shape how we feel in ways psychologists call mood induction. Imagine settling into a quiet evening and choosing a soft, lilting tune. Your breathing slows, tension melts away, and the limbic system, the emotional hub of your brain, relaxes. Research shows that listening to calming music lowers stress hormones and boosts feelings of safety. Conversely, an upbeat tempo can send dopamine coursing through the reward centers, fueling motivation and joy. This power isn't limited to personal playlists. In therapy, music helps people process grief or anxiety by giving voice to what lies beneath words. At sporting events, communal chants and anthems bind strangers in collective excitement. Even heartbeats can synchronize with a strong rhythm, a phenomenon known as entrainment, linking our bodies to the pulse of sound. Psychologically, music taps into memory too. A familiar melody can transport you back to a summer from childhood, flooding your mind with emotions you thought long gone. That blend of nostalgia and sensation is why a single song can feel like time travel. Next time you press play, remember that you're not just hearing notes. You're guiding your mood, shaping your emotional landscape with every chord and beat. Music isn't mere background. It's the soundtrack of how we feel. Shadows seem to dance on the edge of your vision, stirring a sense of danger even when nothing is there. Your mind paints vivid threats where reality is silent. That's because fear, at its core, feels real. In the same way your body reacts to a rushing car on the street, it responds to an imagined predator in your imagination. When you step onto a stage and feel your heart pounding, or when you pause before sending an email fearing judgment, your brain's alarm system has kicked in. Psychologically, this response is driven by the amygdala, that ancient part of your brain wired to spot danger. It doesn't check if the threat is imagined or actual. It simply sounds the alarm. Imagine lying awake at night, convinced you heard footsteps. Even when you flip on the light and see an empty hall, the tremor in your chest lingers. That tremor is your body honoring a primordial rule. Better safe than sorry. Evolution taught us that a false alarm costs precious energy, but missing a real danger can cost your life. Understanding that fear feels real, but is not always real, gives you choice. When the alarm bells ring, you can pause, take a few deep breaths, and name the fear out loud. Noticing the sensation rather than believing it lets you step forward, even when your mind whispers, danger. Fear may roar like thunder, but when you remember, it's a story your brain is telling. It loses its power. It becomes a signal, not a boundary. And that realization can set you free to do what matters most. A single unblinking glance can rewrite everything. When you lock eyes with someone, a silent conversation begins before a single word is spoken. In psychology, this power of eye contact is tied to how our brains evolved to read social signals. Studies show that when you meet another person's gaze, your brain releases oxytocin, the trust hormone, wiring you to feel safe and connected. Yet surprisingly, sustaining eye contact can also signal dominance, activating the amygdala and heightening attention. Imagine you're in a job interview and you hold your interviewer's eyes just a moment longer than usual. That tiny shift can make you seem more confident and trustworthy, even if your words aren't perfect. But in casual chats, too intense gazes can backfire, triggering discomfort and defensiveness. Psychologically, our sensitivity to eye contact comes from ancient hunting and gathering days when mutual gaze meant threat or alliance. Today, it still shapes how people judge honesty and status. When you speak with a friend about a hard topic, a brief, steady look can communicate empathy far more effectively than any comforting phrase. Yet at dinner tables, many of us glance at our phones instead of each other, missing out on the subtle feedback loops that build intimacy and trust. Mastering eye contact means balancing warmth with presence. It's not about staring someone down, it's about tuning in to their response and adjusting naturally. The next time you connect, try meeting their gaze a beat longer. You might be surprised how much you can say without uttering a word. Sometimes what you don't say matters more than your words. Body language is the silent conversation happening beneath every sentence. We often ignore these subtle gestures, focusing only on spoken words. When you stand tall with relaxed shoulders and open palms, you invite trust. When you cross your arms and avert your gaze, you signal distance even if your words sound friendly. Psychologically, non-verbal cues shape up to 90% of first impressions through posture, gesture, and tone. Mirroring another person's posture quietly taps into mirror neurons, building rapport without a single word. Imagine entering a meeting with a slight lean forward, steady eye contact, and hands gently resting on the table. Instantly, the room feels more collaborative. Now picture someone offering a greeting while their foot keeps tapping and shoulders tense. That subtle agitation bypasses their polite greeting and raises alarm bells in the listener's mind. In research, people detect incongruence between speech and body language in a fraction of a second, undermining credibility and connection. It's not enough to just speak clearly. It's about aligning your stance with your message. A nod here, a genuine smile there, and a relaxed stance all reinforce what you say and set the emotional tone. Observing micro-expressions, brief flashes of emotion on a person's face, reveals how they truly feel and guides your response. Becoming fluent in nonverbal cues means listening not just with your ears, but with your eyes. Body language speaks louder than words. Pay attention to every signal, and you'll discover a whole new level of understanding that lives beneath the surface. We sit across from each other, words hanging in the air, then nothing. That quiet moment might feel awkward, but it's not empty. In psychology, silence is a powerful signal, a form of nonverbal communication loaded with meaning. While we often rush to fill gaps with chatter, researchers have found that pauses can express reflection, empathy, or even persuasion. Imagine negotiating a deal. You make an offer and wait. That deliberate silence often nudges the other side to speak up, reveal needs, or even soften their stance. Psychologists call this the power of pause. By resisting the urge to talk, you can gain insight and influence outcomes. Silence can also deepen connections. When a friend shares something vulnerable and you simply listen without interruption, your quiet attention says, "I'm here and I care," more than any quick response could. Silence shapes how we process information too. Studies show that our brains use pauses to catch up, assessing what was said, forming ideas and regulating emotion. Those few seconds of quiet help us think more clearly and respond more thoughtfully. On the flip side, unwanted silence, like being ignored, can trigger discomfort or defensiveness, revealing how much we crave social feedback. Next time you encounter silence, don't panic and start talking. Notice what it's telling you. That space between sentences isn't blank. It's a canvas where meaning takes shape. In the quiet, you might discover more than words ever conveyed. A sudden sting in your chest can feel like a secret alarm. That ache isn't just poetic. It reflects how our brain maps emotional pain onto physical sensations. When we experience rejection or heartbreak, the same neural circuits that process a pulled muscle or a scraped knee light up. Psychologically, this sensation is rooted in the somatosensory cortex and the anterior cingulate, regions wired for physical pain. By localizing distress, the brain helps us pay attention to it, so we'll respond. But left unchecked, that local pain can spiral into rumination. Imagine you hear a friend's criticism and later find yourself massaging your temples as if they'd bruised. Instead of rushing straight to self-critique, pause and notice where the pain surfaces in your body. Naming the spot, whether it's a tightness in the throat or a knot in the stomach, gives you the power to begin releasing it. Mindful breathing and gentle movement can then alleviate the grip of that emotional wound. In research, simple grounding exercises have been shown to reduce neural activity in pain processing regions and restore calm. Rather than viewing pain as something that overwhelms you, treat it as a signal meant to guide you. By bringing awareness to the exact location of your hurt, you transform it from a vague cloud to a compass pointing toward healing. Pain feels local, and in noticing where it lives, you find where to begin letting it go. Imagine standing at a blank page, convinced you have nothing worth writing. You hesitate, then move on. What you believed about your own creativity shaped your choice before a sentence was ever written. Our beliefs act like hidden architects of our behavior. They guide what we attempt, how much effort we invest, and whether we keep going when things get tough. Psychologically, self-efficacy is the belief that you can succeed at a task, and it influences what you actually achieve. Consider a student who sees herself as a poor reader. She might avoid challenging books, missing out on growth and confidence. In contrast, someone who believes they can learn new words embraces texts that stretch them, and with each page they prove their belief true. In workplaces, the same pattern plays out. A team member who trusts their leadership potential volunteers ideas and earns respect, while another who doubts their voice stays silent. Belief drives action because our minds seek to confirm what we expect. When you expect success, your brain focuses on opportunities and solutions. When you expect failure, it notices risks and obstacles. That inner lens colours every decision. But here is the hopeful part. Beliefs can change. By choosing to reframe doubt into curiosity, you open doors you once thought were locked. Each small choice to act on a new belief rewrites your story, shaping what comes next. When you start by believing you can, your actions follow and your world begins to shift. Headphones thrum with distant chatter while you try to write that report. The hum of footsteps, the ping of notifications, the low murmur of voices, it all competes with your thoughts. In psychology, this phenomenon is known as the irrelevant sound effect. Background noise triggers involuntary attention shifts, reducing working memory and making tasks feel twice as hard. When we sit in a noisy cafe or an open office, our brain juggles the task at hand and the flood of unwanted sounds, creating cognitive load that fragments focus. It's not about eliminating every sound. It's about shaping your environment so your mind can work without constant interruptions. Imagine blocking out ambient noise with a gentle playlist or stepping into a quiet corner before tackling your most demanding task. By scheduling silent work periods or using noise-cancelling tools, you guard your attention like a muscle that needs protection. Psychologically, minimizing distractions conserves mental energy and deepens concentration. Silence isn't emptiness, it's space for your best ideas to emerge. Embracing pockets of quiet shifts how you approach productivity. You aren't fighting noise, you're working with your brain's natural limits. Next time you feel restless in a din of sound, remember that every unexpected ping or distant conversation pulls at your focus. Controlling noise isn't a luxury. It's a strategy to unlock deeper thinking. In the stillness between the sounds, your mind finds the clarity it needs. A gentle touch can break down walls faster than any conversation. When someone lays a hand on your arm or offers a reassuring hug, a cascade of signals flows through your brain, whispering that we are not alone. This simple act triggers the release of oxytocin, the so-called bonding hormone, and sends a signal of safety to the limbic system. Psychologically, these chemical messages lower stress and build trust, creating an invisible bridge between hearts. Think back to the last time a friend greeted you with an arm around your shoulder after a long absence. In that brief contact, you felt more understood, more connected. Studies show that even a quick, friendly touch encourages cooperation and sparks genuine empathy. In a meeting, a warm handshake can shift the mood from suspicion to teamwork, paving the way for solutions that stick. Touch is not just a physical sensation. It is a powerful language of connection. It strengthens bonds, not only in friendships, but also in care settings, where a gentle pat can calm anxious patients, and in classrooms, where a high five boosts confidence and a sense of belonging. These positive effects spring from our innate need for close contact. We are wired to seek physical reassurance. Next time you reach out with a handshake, a hug, or a light touch on the arm, remember that it is more than a gesture. It is a silent promise of empathy, a shared pulse of human warmth. Touch builds bonds at the deepest level, reminding us that every connection begins with a simple human contact. Imagine walking into a tense meeting and hearing a light-hearted comment that makes everyone crack a smile. Suddenly, months of unspoken tension feel a little less heavy. That's the power of humour. Humour disarms defences by signalling to our brains that the threat is gone and we can relax. Psychologically, laughter lowers stress hormones and releases endorphins, creating a moment of shared safety and connection. For example, picture two co-workers locked in a heated debate over project deadlines. One of them pauses, glances at the jumble of charts and quips, "If our to-do list were any longer, we'd need a time machine instead of coffee." A collective chuckle follows. That single joke dissolves the frost between them and opens space for real dialogue. In psychology, this works because humour taps into what researchers call a benign violation. Something feels off, yet harmless. When our brain recognises that we are safe, it shifts out of fight or flight mode. That shift lowers barriers and makes us more open to new ideas. It's not about being endlessly entertaining. It's about recognising shared humanity in a playful moment. Next time you feel a conversation stalling or defences rising, try a small dash of humour. A well-placed laugh is more than a punchline. It's a strategy for trust, creativity, and genuine connection. Humour isn't just a break in the tension. It's the bridge that brings us closer. When shadows swallow the path ahead, our hearts tend to quicken. Darkness sparks fear in the human mind because at night our senses dim. Evolution wired us to seek light as safety. In the absence of familiar shapes and sounds, uncertainty grows and our amygdala floods the brain with warning signals. This primal alarm once kept early humans alive when predators hunted under cover of night. Imagine stepping out after sunset, feet crunching on gravel, the world reduced to faint silhouettes. Suddenly every rustle and distant glow feels like a potential threat. Psychologically, this hypervigilance stems from how our brains handle ambiguity. When details vanish, imagination fills the gaps with worst-case scenarios. Researchers call this ambiguity intolerance, and it triggers the same fight-or-flight chemistry as a sudden roar in the dark. This fear isn't a flaw, but a feature. It helped our ancestors survive by making them alert to dangers they could not see. Today, though, we rarely face real predators, but still feel the rush of adrenaline when the lights go out. Recognizing that fear of the dark is rooted in our survival instincts can change how we respond. Instead of cranking every lamp in the house, try a small nightlight or practice gradual exposure. 2 minutes in low light, then 3 minutes more, letting your mind relearn that shadows often hold no threat. In embracing the dark with curiosity rather than dread, we reclaim our own courage. Darkness may spark fear, but it can also kindle resilience and a deeper understanding of the mind's remarkable power. We tend to think our conscious mind calls the shots, but in reality, most of the decisions we make happen behind the scenes. Imagine yourself waking up, then automatically scrolling through your messages before your feet hit the floor. It feels effortless, yet that small ritual shapes your mood and focus for the day. Psychologists call this dual process theory. A fast, intuitive system running on autopilot, while a slower, conscious system only steps in for complex tasks. That means 90% of our judgments, from first impressions to snack choices, come from hidden cues in our environment and past experiences. For example, you might feel drawn to a product in a store simply because its colour reminds you of a pleasant memory, without ever realising why your heart picked it. That is priming at work, a subtle nudge from your subconscious. Left unchecked, these unseen influences can steer you into habits you never intended. But awareness is a powerful tool. When you pause to notice patterns, why a certain song lifts your mood, or why specific smells pull you back to childhood, you start to take charge of those backstage forces. By designing your surroundings and choosing your inputs consciously, you can guide your automatic responses toward healthier routines, more creative ideas, and kinder interactions. The subconscious isn't a threat, it's a partner in our daily performance. And the real magic happens the moment you step off the seat and walk behind the curtain. Every time you think you're making a clear choice, there's a hidden script running behind the scenes in your mind. These unseen bias rules are mental shortcuts that shape how you perceive the world. At first glance, you might believe you decide based on evidence, but psychologically, our brains are wired to save energy. That means relying on heuristics like confirmation bias and anchoring without realizing it. Imagine meeting someone new and instantly forming a first impression. Later, you notice details that match that snapshot while ignoring everything that contradicts it. That's confirmation bias at work. Or picture choosing a number after hearing a random figure at the start of a conversation. That initial anchor quietly tugs your thinking in its direction. These automatic shortcuts serve a purpose, speeding up decisions when you can't weigh every option, but they skew reality too. Psychological research shows that simply being aware of these hidden rules makes you more flexible and fair. You can challenge your first impressions by asking what you might be missing, or set fresh anchors by deliberately exploring an opposing viewpoint. Gradually, you learn to tune out the brain's autopilot and reclaim control over your choices. Embracing these insights doesn't mean eliminating every bias. It's about interrupting the autopilot so you can steer with intention. When you shine a light on the unseen, you not only make smarter decisions, but also open the door to deeper understanding and genuine connection. Your mind is never silent. Most of us believe we're in control, but in a quiet room, random ideas drift through like uninvited guests. Psychologists estimate that more than half of our waking thoughts wander away from the task at hand, slipping in without permission and steering our mood or choices. These slip-in thoughts are fueled by the brain's default mode network, which loves to replay past mistakes or worry about future what-ifs. When a stray thought slides in, maybe a memory of an awkward conversation or a flash of self-doubt, it can hijack your focus. You might catch yourself gripping the steering wheel tighter after remembering a late meeting or hesitating to speak up because of an old criticism. That happens because the mind treats each slip-in as a signal, automatically triggering emotion and behavior. Psychologically, this is tied to cognitive distortions, patterns like labeling or fortune-telling that sneak in and frame reality. But noticing this process changes everything. Instead of being carried away, you can pause and acknowledge that thought just slipped in. That simple act of naming it engages metacognition, the brain region that observes thinking and creates a moment of choice. Mindfulness research shows that a brief 1-second pause between thought and reaction reduces stress and makes you more resilient. Thoughts will slip in, that's part of being human. The power lies in what you do next. By noticing the slip-ins and refusing to grant them automatic authority, you reclaim control. It turns a restless mind into a friend you can converse with, instead of a runaway storyteller. Your brain is a master storyteller, painting broad strokes but often leaving out the fine print. It's not about storing every detail. It's about capturing the essence of what matters most. Psychologically speaking, this tendency stems from gist memory, the brain's way of conserving energy by compressing information. In an eye-opening exercise on change blindness, participants focused on counting basketball passes missed a person in a gorilla suit wandering through the scene. That moment of inattentional blindness reveals how focused attention narrows our perception. The same thing happens when you replay a conversation and realize you never caught the subtle shift in a friend's tone or the color of their jacket. Your mind filtered out the excess. This shortcut served our ancestors well, allowing fast decisions in uncertain environments. Yet in modern life, it can lead to miscommunications, lost keys, and unreliable recollections. To sharpen your awareness, slow your pace, invite curiosity, and take brief, mindful pauses. Ask yourself, what details am I overlooking? A deliberate glance, a mindful breath, and a focused question can illuminate the bits your brain usually skips. By honoring the small fragments, you turn a mental shortcut into a powerful tool. Noticing those hidden nuances enriches your memories, deepens your connections, and reveals the beauty hidden in life's overlooked moments. Every morning you pour that first cup of coffee without a thought, your brain running on autopilot before you've even blinked, driving home, texting a friend, brushing your teeth. They all happen in the background of your mind, but this isn't magic. It's how habits take shape. Psychological research suggests that once a behavior becomes routine, it can account for nearly 90% of our daily decisions. When we repeat a behavior in the same context again and again, our brain builds a shortcut, a neural pathway tucked away in the basal ganglia. Psychologically, this habit loop, cue, routine, reward, turns complex choices into simple reflexes. That buzzer on your phone triggers the cue, scrolling becomes the routine, and the tiny hit of dopamine is your reward. Over time, the conscious decision fades until you barely notice you're doing it. Think about that commute you've taken hundreds of times. You may barely recall the drive because your mind was free to wander. That's energy saved, thanks to automaticity. But it also means you're vulnerable to cues you never intended. The aroma of fresh pastries luring you into the bakery on your way to work, or a notification steering you into a social media spiral. Understanding how habits feel automatic also gives us power to change them. By tweaking the cues, parking further from the door, to stretch your legs, or hiding your phone in another room, you disrupt the loop and invite new routines. It's not about willpower. It's about designing your environment so that good habits slip into autopilot too. When structure meets awareness, automaticity becomes an ally rather than a trap. You experience the world through a filter you didn't choose, your senses. Right now, you're not hearing everything there is to hear or seeing every color that exists. Your brain is editing constantly, not to deceive you, but to protect you from overwhelm. It's called sensory gating, a subconscious process that lets in what seems important and mutes what doesn't. The hum of the fridge, the buzz of lights, even the feeling of your clothes on your skin. It's all background, unless something shifts. A sudden sound, a flash of movement, then your attention snaps to it. That's your filter, adapting. But it doesn't just apply to sounds or sights. It shapes how you feel, how you respond, even what you believe is real. If you've ever misread someone's tone or jumped to a conclusion based on a single glance, that wasn't just bias. That was your sensory system making a fast call with limited data. Psychologically, this is tied to perception. We think we're recording reality like a camera, but really we're editing it, highlighting some parts, cutting others. That's why two people can walk through the same moment and remember it completely differently. Their filters tuned into different signals. And the wild part, these filters change. With stress, with mood, with what you expect to find. If you walk into a room assuming conflict, you'll spot every frown. But walk in looking for connection, you'll see it more clearly. Reality isn't just out there. It's also in here. In the ways our senses shape the story before we're even aware of it. You're walking down the street, and out of the corner of your eye, you glimpse a shape, a person maybe. For a split second, your brain fills in the details, face, motion, intention. Even if there's no one there, that's not a glitch. That's your mind doing what it's designed to do, fill in the gaps. Psychologically, this is called closure. When information is incomplete, our brain rushes to complete the picture. It smooths over silence in conversations. It finishes someone's sentence in your head. It interprets a stranger's glance as friendliness or threat based on the tiniest cues. This isn't just about imagination, it's about meaning. Our minds crave coherence. When something doesn't quite make sense, we don't leave it blank. We insert a story, often without realizing it. Let's say a friend hasn't texted back. You don't just notice the silence, you fill it. Maybe they're upset, maybe they're busy, maybe you did something wrong. That narrative forms fast, and it can shape how you feel long before you ever know the truth. Understanding this habit gives you power. You can pause before jumping to conclusions. You can check your story before treating it as fact. Because sometimes the gap isn't a message. It's just a gap. The mind's instinct to connect dots is what makes us creative, empathetic, even visionary. But it also means we have to be careful which dots we connect. Sometimes the wisest thing we can do is leave space open. You forget your keys. You miss an appointment. You swear someone said something they didn't. It's easy to chalk it up to distraction or age, but often it's something else. Stress. Not the kind you shrug off, but the kind that quietly rewires how your brain files and recalls information. Under stress, the brain doesn't stop working. It shifts gears. It starts prioritizing threats, scanning for danger, funneling attention into survival mode. That's useful in a crisis, but it comes at a cost. Memory, especially the kind that helps you remember details, stay organized, or reflect clearly, takes a hit. Think of it like this. Stress turns your mental filing cabinet into a junk drawer. You still store things, but they're scrambled, incomplete, or harder to find. That's why, in high-pressure situations, people misremember events or forget important steps. It's not weakness. It's biology. Psychologically, this ties into how stress floods the brain with cortisol, which can impair the hippocampus, the region responsible for forming and retrieving memories. Long-term, it can even reshape how the brain processes experience. That's why chronic stress isn't just exhausting, it's disorienting. But here's the shift. Noticing memory slip-ups isn't just a cue to work harder, it's a signal to slow down, to regulate, reset, and reduce the noise. Because when the mind feels safer, it starts filing things properly again. Stress warps memory. But understanding that isn't defeat, it's awareness. And with awareness comes the power to make space for clarity. Sometimes anxiety doesn't scream. It whispers in a voice so familiar we barely notice it. It disguises itself as preparation, perfectionism, responsibility. It shows up early, stays late, and insists it's just trying to help. And because it's been around so long, it starts to feel like a part of who we are. Psychologically, this is tied to something called associative learning. Our brains connect certain emotional states with safety, even if those states are uncomfortable. So if worry once kept us alert or out of trouble, it makes sense the mind would keep returning to that state. Over time, the unease becomes routine. Not pleasant, but familiar. Picture someone who always rechecks the stove before leaving the house. Not because they doubt themselves, but because that tiny ritual soothes a deeper current of uncertainty. That's anxiety camouflaged as caution. Or think of a student who over-prepares not to succeed, but to avoid the panic of not being enough. That's anxiety masked as ambition. It's not weakness. It's not irrational. It's a pattern built for survival that's stuck around past its usefulness. The shift begins when we notice it, not judge it. When we ask, what is this anxiety protecting me from? Instead of just trying to make it go away. Naming the pattern gives us a choice, to thank it for its service and gently set it down. Because just because something feels familiar doesn't mean it has to stay. You wake up and your chest is tight. You were falling, or running, or trapped. And for a few moments, even though it was only a dream, it still feels real. That's not random. In psychology, dreams often serve as mirrors for the emotions we haven't fully processed. They don't predict the future, they reflect the present. And most notably, they reflect fear. Not always the obvious kind either. Fear of failure might show up as missing a test you didn't know you had. Fear of rejection might look like walking through a party where no one sees you. The brain uses metaphor and story, not bullet points, to express what it's wrestling with. Let's say you keep dreaming you're late or lost, or something slipping through your hands. That can point to anxiety about control, or the lack of it. It's your mind saying something feels out of reach, even if you haven't said it out loud yet. This doesn't mean every dream needs decoding like a puzzle, but when patterns emerge, it's worth noticing. Because your mind doesn't invent fear out of nowhere. It borrows it from what you carry during the day, even if you pretend not to notice. And sometimes naming that fear is all it takes to loosen its grip. When you treat dreams as emotional signals, not mysteries, you stop fearing them. You start learning from them. Fear hides in dreams, but insight does too. You accidentally slam your hand in a door. In that split second, your body reacts. Shock, tension, a wave of sharp pain. But then something strange happens. A few minutes later, the pain dulls. And if you're distracted enough, maybe talking to a friend, caught in laughter, you barely notice it at all. That's not magic. It's your mind. Because pain doesn't live just in the body. It's shaped by how your brain interprets what's happening. This idea, mind blocks pain, is backed by a whole field of research. The brain acts like a filter, turning the volume up or down on pain, depending on context. If you believe something will hurt, it likely will. If you feel safe, supported, or focused on something else, pain often lessens. You see it with athletes who play through injuries they only feel after the game ends, Or with kids who scrape a knee and cry harder when a parent rushes over with panic. Our emotions, expectations, and attention don't just colour pain, they shape it. This isn't to say pain is imagined, it's very real. But our experience of it is flexible, and that flexibility gives us power. Mindfulness, calm breathing, even a shift in environment. All of these help signal safety to the brain. They don't erase the cause, but they can soften the experience. So the next time discomfort rises, physical or emotional, notice what your mind is doing with it. Because sometimes the most effective painkiller isn't found in a bottle, but in your own awareness. You can be in a beautiful place, surrounded by people who care, and still feel stuck. Because what shapes your experience isn't just what's happening, it's what you're focused on. In psychology, this is known as selective attention. Your brain is always filtering reality, deciding what gets your energy and what fades into the background. Think about the last time you lost your keys. You searched the same spot over and over, convinced they weren't there. Until someone else walks in, picks them up from right where you looked. What changed wasn't the environment, it was the focus. This happens emotionally too. When your attention locks onto what's wrong, it becomes harder to notice what's working. Your mind fills in the blanks with frustration, fear, or doubt. But when you consciously shift your focus, even slightly, you create space for new thoughts, new feelings, and different outcomes. This isn't about ignoring problems or pretending everything is fine. It's about recognizing that what you focus on grows. In research, this shows up in the concept of attentional bias, the tendency to see more of what you expect. If you expect disappointment, you'll find it. If you expect growth, you'll spot chances to move forward. So next time you feel overwhelmed or stuck, pause. Ask yourself, not what's wrong, but what else is true? What's still working? Where is there movement, even if it's small? Because reality isn't just out there waiting to be observed. It's shaped, moment by moment, by where your focus lands. And shifting that focus might just shift everything. You're scrolling through your day, feeling a little off, not sure why. Nothing dramatic happened, yet everything feels a bit heavier than it should. That's often the work of something invisible but powerful, a mental filter. Mental filters are like tinted glasses. They don't change what's out there. They change how you see it. One mistake, one awkward conversation, and suddenly your whole day feels like a failure. One bit of criticism, and you forget the 10 compliments that came before it. It's not that the good stuff isn't there. It just doesn't register the same way. Psychologically, this is tied to cognitive distortions, a set of patterns our minds use that sound convincing but aren't true. The mental filter is one of the sneakiest because it doesn't shout, it whispers. It edits your reality just enough that the negative stands out, while the positive fades into the background. Let's say you present in a meeting. 9 people nod. 1 frowns. Guess who you think about all day? That's the filter at work. It's not just selective attention, it's a lens that magnifies the worst and minimizes the rest. But awareness breaks the pattern. When you start asking, what am I not seeing, or what else might be true? You shift the lens. You bring more of the picture back into view. Mental filters lie, but you don't have to believe them. You can train your mind to look again, and this time more clearly. You know that voice in your head, the one that narrates your day, your doubts, your to-do list. It's always on. And over time, if it keeps repeating the same things, it starts to sound like truth. That's the sneaky part. Because in psychology, repetition isn't just memory, it's persuasion. Thoughts repeated often enough don't just describe your world, they start to define it. I'm terrible at this. They probably don't like me. I'll never catch up. These don't stay as passing feelings. They harden. The brain builds grooves around them like a well-worn path. And before long, they become facts you live by. Not because they're accurate, but because they're familiar. This is known in cognitive psychology as cognitive distortion, where negative patterns become default. And the more often a thought fires, the stronger the connection. The good news, the reverse is also true. You can change the script. Let's say you catch yourself thinking, I always mess this up. That's the moment. Not to argue with it, but to gently reframe. I've struggled before, but I'm learning. It may feel unnatural at first, like trying to walk a new path through tall grass, but each step makes it easier. This isn't about fake positivity. It's about accuracy, about checking whether your thoughts are facts or just habits, because the brain listens to repetition. And if thoughts become facts, you might as well start telling a better story. You speak to yourself more than anyone else does, and those words, they shape everything. It's easy to overlook. A missed deadline turns into, I'm such an idiot. A social slip becomes, of course I messed that up. These phrases sound small, but they echo. Repeated often enough, they start to feel like truth. Psychology has a term for this: internal dialogue. It's not just background noise. It's the script your brain rehearses about who you are and what you're capable of. And when that script leans negative, it's like trying to build confidence on quicksand. But here's the shift. Self-talk can be coached, not forced into fake positivity, but guided toward balance. Instead of, I always fail, it becomes, that didn't go how I hoped, but I can learn from it. Instead of, I'm not good enough, maybe I'm still growing, and that's okay. This kind of talk builds resilience. Research shows it impacts motivation, stress response, even performance under pressure. Athletes use it. Therapists teach it. Leaders rely on it because words create focus, and focus shapes reality. Think of it like tending a garden. What you water grows. Harsh words shrink your sense of self. Kind, constructive ones create room to breathe, to try again, to believe. You don't have to silence every doubt, but you can change the tone, one line at a time. Self-talk matters because you're always listening, and what you hear becomes who you are. You notice it when you snap at a loved one, or when your heart races before you've had time to think. That split-second tension, that urge to protect or defend, it kicks in fast without warning. Because before we choose a reaction, we often feel it. That's the power of automatic responses. These are patterns your brain has rehearsed for years, based on past experiences, stress, even how safe you feel. Psychologically, this is called the fast path in the brain. Emotion-driven, instinctual. It's not irrational, it's just fast. And sometimes that speed is what gets us into trouble. Let's say someone gives you sharp feedback. Before your conscious mind catches up, your stomach tightens, your thoughts race, and you hear yourself snap back. That reaction isn't about the moment. It's about the nervous system firing from memory, not logic. The good news, you're not locked into those patterns. Awareness is the first shift. Noticing that heat in your chest or that tightening in your jaw, that's a sign. Your body's telling you it's on autopilot. A short pause, even a breath, gives your slower, wiser brain a chance to step in. You can't control the first surge, but you can learn not to let it steer. Automatic doesn't mean permanent. With awareness and practice, you start to respond, not just react. And in that tiny space between impulse and action, that's where growth lives. You can be doing well and still feel a tug you can't explain, a quiet itch, a vague restlessness that pulls at the edges of your attention. That's the nature of hidden urges. They don't always arrive loud or logical, they just persist. Psychologically, these urges often point to unmet needs, not always big or dramatic, but real. Maybe it's a desire for autonomy when life feels overscheduled. Maybe it's creativity nudging its way through routine. Or the connection when things have gotten too quiet, even if you're surrounded by people. You might dismiss the feeling, say you're just tired, or tell yourself to focus. And sometimes that works for a while, but ignored urges don't vanish. They just reroute. They might show up as procrastination, irritability, or zoning out mid-task. What looks like a motivation problem is often an unmet internal signal trying to be heard. Here's the thing, those signals aren't flaws, they're feedback. They're how your deeper self gets a word in. The goal isn't to obey every impulse, but to get curious. What's the urge about? What need isn't being met? What small shift might bring things back into alignment? Tuning into those questions doesn't mean abandoning structure or chasing whims. It means treating your internal life with the same attention you give to deadlines and plans. Because when you do, you're not just reacting, you're listening. And from there, you can choose not just to suppress the urge, but to understand what it's really asking for. Your brain is constantly making shortcuts, not because it's lazy, but because it's efficient. When you walk into a room and instantly judge someone's mood or pick the fastest line at the store without reading all the signs, that's your brain leaning on mental shortcuts. Psychologists call these heuristics. They're like little scripts our minds run to help us make decisions quickly, especially when time or information is limited. But these shortcuts, while helpful, aren't perfect. They're fast, not always fair, like assuming someone who speaks confidently is also competent, or thinking a product must be good because it's expensive. These are classic examples of cognitive biases, where the shortcut leads us slightly or sometimes wildly off course. Take the availability heuristic. If you've recently seen news about a plane crash, you might overestimate how risky flying is, even though the data says otherwise. Or the halo effect, where one positive trait, like attractiveness, makes us assume other good things about a person, like kindness or intelligence. These patterns show how our minds don't just absorb information, they shape it, frame it, even distort it. The key isn't to get rid of mental shortcuts, it's to become aware of them. When you notice your brain jumping to a conclusion, pause. Ask, is this intuition or assumption? That split second of awareness can shift how you see, judge, and choose. Mental shortcuts rule until we learn to rule them back. You don't see the world as it is. You see it as you are. That's not just a poetic idea, it's psychological fact. Our brains don't passively record reality like a camera. They actively shape it, filtering what we notice, what we remember, and even what we believe to be true. This process happens constantly and quietly, and it starts with perception. Take two people walking into the same room. One feels anxious, the other calm. The anxious one might scan for threats, a scowl, a judgment, a reason to stay guarded. The calm one might look for connection, eye contact, a smile, a reason to open up. Same room, very different experiences, because what we perceive isn't neutral. It's coloured by our mood, our past, our expectations. Psychologists call this cognitive framing. It's the lens through which we interpret what's happening. And here's the catch. We rarely notice the lens itself. We just assume what we see is accurate. But once you realize perception is flexible, it gives you power. You can't control every situation, but you can examine the story your mind is telling about it. Is that comment really a criticism? Or just someone being direct? Is this silence, rejection, or space? Our perceptions build our reality brick by brick. And when we shift them, even slightly, the whole structure can change. Not because the world changed, but because the lens did. The more aware we are of how we see, the more choice we have in what we create. Because in the end, the world you experience starts in your mind. And perception is how it takes shape. Anxiety has a way of turning up the volume on everything but the truth. It tells you that something terrible is about to happen, that you're not ready, that everyone's watching and you're doing it wrong, and in the noise, it drowns out what's actually happening. Psychologically, this makes sense. Anxiety is designed to protect us. It's the brain's alarm system. But sometimes it fires off not because there's danger, but because there's uncertainty. And uncertainty isn't always a threat. It's often just new. Let's say you're about to speak up in a meeting. Your chest tightens, your mind races through every way this could go badly. But pause there. That rush of fear isn't proof of danger. It's just your nervous system doing its job. What it misses is the quiet truth underneath. You have something worth saying. That's the trick of anxiety. It's loud, fast, and convincing. But truth tends to be quieter. It speaks in steady rhythms, not spirals. It shows up in the moments when you take a breath and realize you're still okay, still capable, still you. Learning to live with anxiety isn't about silencing it. It's about not letting it be the only voice you hear. When you make space for stillness, for clarity, the truth has a chance to speak up too. And more often than not, it says, "You're more ready than you think." You're in a new city, walking unfamiliar streets. No map, no GPS. Yet, without realizing it, your mind starts to look for landmarks, repeating buildings, corner shops, street signs. It's not just trying to help you navigate, it's trying to create a pattern. That's what our brains do. Even in chaos, the mind craves order. Psychologically, this is rooted in how we process the world. Patterns give us predictability. They let us anticipate, prepare, and feel a sense of control. Without them, everything feels random. And that's stressful. But here's where it gets interesting. Our brains are so eager for patterns, they'll find them even when they're not there. A lucky shirt. A sign from the universe. The feeling that a bad day always follows a good one. That's not superstition. It's a cognitive shortcut at work. One built on survival. Because once upon a time, seeing a pattern like dark clouds before a storm meant the difference between safety and risk. This doesn't just show up in nature, it's in relationships too. If someone always criticizes us after we speak up, we stop sharing. If kindness is followed by coldness, we start bracing for the turn. Our minds connect dots quickly, sometimes too quickly, and we carry those patterns into new places. But patterns aren't just prisons. They can be pathways. When we become aware of them, we can choose which ones to keep and which ones to rewrite. The patterns we build shape how we see the world, and changing them. That's how we reshape ourselves. A sudden jolt of anger, an unexpected wave of sadness, a rush of panic before a big moment. You know those times when a feeling just takes over and reason seems to vanish? That's not weakness, that's wiring. Our brains are built to prioritize survival, not logic. When emotions surge, especially ones tied to fear or frustration, they can override the slower, more deliberate systems that handle reasoning. It's like the emotional brain grabs the steering wheel before the rational one even buckles in. Take an argument with someone you care about. Mid-conversation, they say something sharp. Your chest tightens, voice rises, and suddenly the goal isn't clarity, it's defense. Even if part of you knows they didn't mean harm, that part isn't in charge anymore. What's in charge is the amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm system, reacting faster than your prefrontal cortex can respond. Psychologically, this isn't a flaw. It's how we're designed. Emotions evolved to keep us safe, alert, connected. But the key is noticing when they start running the show. Because once we recognize that hijack, we can pause, breathe, buy a little time for reason to catch up. And with practice, that pause becomes power. Power to stay in the conversation instead of storming out. Power to ask what's really behind the fear or anger. Power to choose your next move, not just react to the last one. You won't always catch it in time, but every time you do, you're rewiring the path. You're training your mind not to silence emotion, but to partner with it, so it doesn't hijack the moment. It helps guide it. The way we remember things isn't a faithful playback. It's more like a remix. Each time you revisit a memory, your brain isn't pulling out a perfect copy. It's reconstructing it, filling in gaps, blending past with present, shading it with how you feel today, not just what happened back then. This is called memory reconsolidation. And it means even our clearest memories are surprisingly malleable. A childhood moment that once felt funny might feel hurtful when seen through adult eyes. A decision you were proud of can morph into regret or vice versa, just because your perspective changed. Think about how two people can share the same experience but remember it differently. One recalls it as bonding, the other as conflict. Neither is lying, their brains just prioritize different emotional truths. Our memories aren't about perfect accuracy, they're about meaning. And meaning isn't static. Psychologically, this flexibility can be protective. It helps us heal, make sense of the past, even forgive. But it also means we have to be careful, especially when memories are used to judge others or ourselves. Because what we remember isn't always what actually happened, it's what makes sense now. So the next time a memory comes rushing in, pause. Ask not just what you remember, but why. What does this version of the story need you to feel? Memory isn't a file, it's a story. And every story changes in the retelling. You can feel it before you even realize it. The way your shoulders tighten, how you hesitate to speak up, the quiet self-doubt in your choices. It often starts with a thought, not an action, not an event, just a belief. And yet, that belief can shape everything. This is the psychology behind cognitive behavioral science. Thoughts drive actions. The way we interpret the world colors how we move through it. If you think, I always mess things up, you're less likely to take risks, less likely to try again. Not because it's true, but because you believed it was. Let's say you're facing a challenge at work. Two people approach it differently. One thinks, this is a chance to grow. The other, I'm going to fail. Same task, wildly different energy. And not because of skill, but mindset. The first person leans in, gets curious, maybe even enjoys the puzzle. The second might avoid it, stall, or sabotage their own efforts. Psychologically, this comes down to something called cognitive appraisal, our internal interpretation of what's happening around us. It doesn't just influence behavior, it is the root of it. Our thoughts sculpt our emotions, our decisions, even our relationships. And the good news, thoughts are flexible. They're not facts. You can question them, reshape them, replace them. It takes awareness, yes, and practice, but it's possible. Because what we think becomes what we do. And what we do, over time, becomes who we are. So choose your thoughts with care. They're not just passing ideas, they're the blueprint. A new environment wakes us up. New sounds, a different scent in the air, even an unfamiliar route to the grocery store. It all perks up the brain like a shot of espresso. That's because the brain is wired to notice what's new. Not just out of curiosity, but survival. Novelty signals something worth paying attention to. Psychologically, this taps into the brain's reward system. When we encounter something novel, dopamine is released, not just the chemical of pleasure, but of motivation and learning. It's the brain's way of saying, this matters, stay alert. Think about the last time you learned a new hobby or travelled somewhere unfamiliar. Time felt slower. Your focus sharpened. Even small details stood out. That wasn't a coincidence. It was your brain stepping into high gear because it had something new to work with. But here's the catch. Familiarity dulls that edge. Routine can be efficient, but it can also make our days blur together. The same routes, same screens, same conversations, they fade into background noise. So even small doses of novelty, like switching up your work spot, trying a new recipe, or listening to a song in another language, can reignite your attention. The brain thrives when it gets to explore. And while comfort has its place, growth often starts with a little shake-up. Novelty isn't just entertaining. It's energizing, focus-boosting, and creativity-sparking. So every once in a while, throw your brain a curveball. It'll thank you for it. Some people say one thing, but you feel another. It's that odd tension when the words don't quite match the moment. Maybe they say they're fine, but their voice is thin, or they insist everything's great while their body folds inward. We all notice these disconnects, even if we can't always name them. That's because we're wired to pick up more than just vocabulary. Emotion lives in tone, timing, posture. The way something is said often matters more than the words themselves. And when those don't line up, we trust the feeling over the phrasing. Psychologically, this speaks to what researchers call emotional congruence. It's the brain's way of scanning for alignment between message and emotion. When someone's words match how they look and sound, we feel safe, grounded. When they don't, something feels off, even if we can't explain why. Think of a time someone told you, "I'm not mad," but everything about them said otherwise. You didn't need more words, you needed honesty. And when that finally came, maybe a sigh, maybe a quiet, "Actually, yeah, I am upset," it changed everything. The truth, even when uncomfortable, tends to land softer than denial. This doesn't mean we always have to say exactly what we feel, but it reminds us that others can hear what we're not saying. And when we're brave enough to match our words with our truth, we invite real connection. Because what we say matters, but how it feels, that's what people remember. Someone's defensive. Say something kind. It's one of the least expected and most effective moves in human interaction. When we feel attacked, emotionally or intellectually, our natural response is to armor up. We interrupt, we counter, we brace for impact. But when the other person offers us a sincere compliment instead, the tension shifts. Confusion gives way to curiosity. Defenses lower, even if just a little. Imagine this. You're in a disagreement with a colleague. The tone is sharp, the air is tight, and suddenly they say, "By the way, I really admire how thorough you are. You always bring up important angles I hadn't thought of." That single comment doesn't erase the conflict, but it softens the edges. It tells your brain, maybe this isn't a fight. Psychologically, compliments activate reward pathways. But they also do something more subtle. They create safety. When we feel seen in a positive light, we become less reactive, more willing to listen. It's like being handed a cup of warm tea in the middle of a cold standoff. This doesn't mean using flattery as a trick. It means recognizing something true and saying it out loud, especially when it costs you nothing but might change the whole conversation. In moments of tension, kindness isn't weakness. It's leverage. Because a well-placed compliment can do what logic or argument often can't. It invites connection. And connection is where real progress begins. We tend to think answers come from knowing, studying harder, thinking longer, reading more. But often, the right answer starts with asking the right question. This isn't just philosophy. In psychology, the framing effect shows how the way a question is posed can shape what answers people give, even what options they consider. Ask, why did I fail? And your brain starts looking for flaws. Ask, what could I try differently next time? And suddenly, it's looking for solutions. The shift seems subtle, but it's everything. Take a moment where someone close to you is overwhelmed. The instinct is to offer help. But asking, what would feel most supportive right now, does more than just clarify. It empowers. It shows them they have agency and that their perspective matters. In teams, too, it matters. A leader who asks, what's blocking us, instead of who messed up, creates space for honesty without fear. That's not just good management, it's basic psychological safety. When people feel safe to explore, not just defend, better ideas surface. Good questions slow down fast reactions. They bypass defensiveness. They open up space to think, not just react. So if you're stuck in conflict or indecision or just feeling unsure, don't rush to answer. Start by asking something new, because questions don't just gather information. They guide attention. They shape how we see the problem. And sometimes the question itself is the first step toward the answer. There's a strange pressure that builds in the space between your eyes and someone else's. It's subtle, but you feel it. Holding eye contact just long enough to seem engaged, but not so long that it turns awkward. It's like a silent performance judged by rules nobody ever explained. But here's the twist. In psychology, eye contact isn't just about attention. It's about power, emotion, and connection. And for some, especially those with social anxiety or neurodivergent traits, that pressure can feel magnified. Because in many cultures, looking away is wrongly read as dishonesty or disinterest, when really it might be regulation, a way to manage stimulation or think clearly. Imagine talking to someone who's pouring their heart out, but you're so focused on maintaining the right amount of eye contact that you miss half of what they're saying. We've been taught that eye contact equals presence. But presence is deeper than where your eyes land. It's how you listen, how you show up with your tone, your timing, your calm. Psychologically, comfort in eye contact varies from person to person, and forcing it doesn't build connection. Respecting someone's style does. Shifting your gaze doesn't mean you're tuning out. It might mean you're tuning in. So maybe the goal isn't to perfect eye contact, but to release its grip. To let real connection guide your focus, not social scripts. And to remember that how someone looks at you isn't always the same as how they're seeing you. You can say all the right things and still lose someone's attention completely. Because people don't just listen to your words, They read your body, the way you stand, the way your face shifts, even where your hands are. It's all part of the message. Body language doesn't whisper. It commands. And the tricky part is, most of it happens before we're even aware we're doing it. Imagine telling someone, "I'm confident in this plan," while your arms are folded tightly, your eyes dart away, and your shoulders sink. The words say one thing, the body another. And guess which one people believe? Psychologically, humans are wired to trust what they can see over what they're told. From early childhood, we decode non-verbal cues to sense safety, honesty, and emotion. In fact, researchers have found that in high-stakes communication, body language often carries more weight than tone or content. Now flip that. You're calm, you're open, your posture is grounded, and your eyes stay steady. You haven't said a word yet, but you've already earned a level of trust. That's not just impression management. That's communication in its rawest form. And here's the real insight. Body language isn't just something you fix when speaking. It's something you can align with intention. When your body backs up your words, you don't just look more convincing, you become more believable, more present, more human. It's not about performing confidence, it's about embodying clarity. And that shift can change how others respond, not just to your message, but to you. The same words can mean very different things depending on how they're said. A compliment, a critique, even a simple hello. The tone behind it carries just as much weight, sometimes more, than the words themselves. Think about a time you asked someone if they were okay, and they said, "I'm fine," with a sharp edge. The message wasn't reassurance, it was a signal. Tone does that. It reveals what's under the surface, what words alone can't hold. In psychology, this connects to something called prosody, the rhythm and pitch in our voices that convey emotion. Our brains are wired to pick up on it. Even as infants, we recognize warmth or tension, not through vocabulary, but through tone. It's our emotional radar. And in daily life, tone becomes a kind of emotional thermostat. A gentle voice can diffuse a tense moment. A flat or sarcastic one can escalate it, even when the words seem neutral. That's why tone isn't just about being nice or professional. It's about alignment, making sure your delivery matches your intent. One of the most powerful shifts we can make is becoming intentional about tone, especially in moments of stress or disagreement. Slowing down, softening just slightly, matching the emotional need, not just the facts. Because when tone aligns with care, people don't just hear you, they feel safe with you, they open up, they trust. So the next time something important needs to be said, pay attention to how you say it. Tone doesn't just colour a message, it defines its impact. A limited time offer, a few spots left, only today. These phrases don't just convey information, they light a fire. Not because they're clever, but because they tap into something deep in our wiring. The psychology of scarcity. When something feels limited, our brain gives it special attention. It's not always about how much we want it. It's about how much we don't want to lose it. This response isn't irrational. In evolutionary terms, reacting to scarcity was often the difference between survival and missing out on critical resources. That urgency, it comes from the part of the brain that sees a closing window and leaps before it's shut. You see it all the time. A nearly sold-out concert, a flash sale with minutes left, or even someone pulling away emotionally. Suddenly they matter more. It's not always conscious, but scarcity changes how we value things. Not just products, opportunities, attention, even people. But here's the catch. Urgency created by scarcity works best when it's real. When deadlines are fake or supplies are exaggerated, people catch on. Trust erodes. The psychological effect flips from motivating to manipulative. So if you ever use urgency, use it honestly. And if you feel it, pause. Ask if the value is real or just feels more intense, because it might disappear. Because when scarcity drives urgency, we move fast. But reflection helps us move wisely. Obedience doesn't always come from respect. Sometimes it's born out of fear. In psychology, this dynamic is known as the authoritarian effect. When people feel threatened by punishment, disapproval, or even just the loss of approval, they tend to fall in line. Not because they agree, but because it's safer to comply. Fear short-circuits critical thinking. It silences disagreement. It replaces "what do I believe" with "what do they want me to say?" You see it in classrooms where students nod along, not because they understand, but because they don't want to look foolish. In workplaces where no one questions a flawed decision because they've seen what happens to those who do. In families where silence is mistaken for harmony. The danger is that fear-based obedience can look like order, but it's fragile. People don't internalize values, they perform them. They do what they must to avoid consequences, not because they believe it's right. Psychologically, this creates stress. It erodes trust. And over time, it breeds resentment. People withdraw. They play roles. They become less curious, less honest, and more guarded. True influence doesn't rely on fear. It invites participation. It creates space for disagreement, for dialogue, for growth. Because when people feel safe, they don't just follow, they engage, they think, they care. Fear might spark obedience in the short term. But safety is what sustains real connection in the long run. You're walking down the street and notice a line outside a restaurant. Not a huge crowd, just enough to make you pause. You weren't even hungry, but now you're curious. What's everyone waiting for? That's social proof in action. It's a quiet, powerful force in how we make decisions. We look to others to validate our choices, especially in uncertain moments. Psychologically, this goes back to something called informational social influence. When we're unsure, we assume others know better, and so their actions shape our own, often without us realizing it. This isn't just about lines outside restaurants. It's why product reviews can make or break a sale, why applause spreads in a room, why a post with thousands of likes feels more credible, even if the content is the same. Here's where it gets interesting. Social proof isn't about the masses. It's about relevance. One thoughtful testimonial can be more persuasive than a sea of strangers. When someone we relate to says, "This worked for me," we're more inclined to believe it could work for us too. This principle shows up everywhere, from group dynamics at work to everyday choices like which show to binge. It reminds us that we're wired for connection, and that even our most personal decisions are often shaped by the people around us. So next time you find yourself leaning in because others seem to, notice the pull. That's social proof. Not a sign of weakness, just one of the brain's ways of navigating the world together. We often think trust is earned through kindness, empathy, or consistency. And while those matter, there's another factor that operates more quietly: authority. Not in the loud, domineering sense, but in the way someone carries knowledge with clarity and calm. Think of the person who speaks up in a meeting, not to dominate, but to distill the messy into the meaningful. Or the teacher who doesn't just give answers, but shows why the question mattered in the first place. That kind of authority creates trust. Because when someone understands a topic deeply and can communicate it simply, we instinctively lean in. Psychologically, this ties into our brain's search for cognitive ease. When someone makes things clearer, not more complicated, we feel safe. We assume competence, and from competence, trust often follows. It's not about knowing everything. It's about knowing enough to guide and enough to say, I don't know when it's true. This is why tone and presence matter just as much as credentials. A confident but measured voice. A steady explanation without overstatement. Those signals tell us, I've been here before, and I can help you find your footing too. Authority doesn't have to overpower to be powerful. It earns trust when it shows up as service, not ego. When it clarifies, not confuses. The best kind makes people feel not just impressed, but supported. That's the kind that sticks. The labels we use to define ourselves can shape not only how we see the world, but how the world sees us. We often think of labels as mere tags, simple words that describe traits or categories, but in reality, they are powerful forces that influence our identity, actions, and even our potential. The psychological concept of labeling theory suggests that when people are labeled, they can start to live up to the expectations tied to those labels. For example, if someone is labeled as shy or unmotivated, they may internalize those qualities, limiting their actions and experiences. In everyday life, labels show up in more subtle ways. Think about how we sometimes introduce ourselves. I'm an introvert, I'm a perfectionist, or even, I'm just not good at that. These labels might seem harmless, but they often carry with them a set of beliefs about what we can or cannot do. Psychologically, they act like a pair of glasses we wear, subtly shaping how we perceive our own abilities and our potential for growth. However, the key is recognizing that these labels are not fixed. They are fluid and can change. For example, a person labelled shy might take small steps to push themselves out of their comfort zone, eventually finding that they are capable of connecting with others in ways they never thought possible. The same applies to someone who's always felt not good enough. When we step outside the narrow confines of a label, we start to see a broader, more dynamic version of ourselves. In the end, labels don't define us. They are just one part of our story. And by challenging the ones that limit us, we can redefine who we are and what we can achieve. Mirroring someone's feelings is one of the simplest, yet most powerful ways to build trust. When you reflect someone's emotions back to them, it's not about mimicking their words or repeating their statements. It's about connecting with their emotional state and acknowledging what they're going through. This act of empathy helps the other person feel seen, heard, and understood, a fundamental human need. For example, let's say a friend says, "I'm feeling overwhelmed with everything right now." Your instinct might be to offer a solution right away. Why don't you take a break? Or, have you thought about organizing your schedule? But instead of jumping to fix things, try simply reflecting their emotion. You could respond, "That sounds really tough. I can see why you'd feel that way." This small shift from problem solving to emotional acknowledgement is key to deepening the connection. Psychologically, mirroring someone's feelings lowers emotional resistance and creates space for trust to grow. When people feel understood, they're more likely to open up and engage in a more meaningful way. This is especially true in tense or difficult conversations where defenses are high. Instead of a cycle of misunderstandings, mirroring fosters collaboration and emotional safety. So next time you're having a conversation, before jumping in with solutions or advice, pause for a moment. Reflect the feelings at play. It might feel simple, but in building trust, these little moments of recognition can have an incredible impact. Most people assume that speaking quickly is the best way to get a point across. But in reality, slowing down your speech can make a world of difference. It's not just about taking a breath, it's about giving people the space to really listen and understand. When we talk fast, we risk overwhelming our audience. They might miss important details or struggle to keep up. Slow speech, however, gives them time to process each thought, each word. This simple shift can lead to deeper connections and more effective communication. For example, imagine you're discussing a complex idea with a colleague. If you rush through it, they might catch bits and pieces, but not the full picture. But if you slow down, you give them the chance to absorb the information at their own pace. Psychologically, this creates a sense of calm and focus. The listener feels less stressed and more engaged. They're not just hearing words, they're understanding them. This technique doesn't just apply in work scenarios, it's useful in personal conversations too. When we take our time, we make others feel valued and respected. It's a subtle, yet powerful way to build trust and show that we care. So next time you're about to speak, consider this: slow down. Let each word have its moment. It's not just about filling the air with noise, it's about making each word count. Flattery feels good in the moment, but it often doesn't go much deeper than that. Compliments that are based on surface-level traits may boost the ego temporarily, but they don't create lasting impact. The real power of praise comes when it recognizes something beyond the obvious. When we acknowledge effort over outcome, something shifts. Psychologically, this is because focusing on effort taps into a person's sense of control and autonomy. When someone is praised for their hard work, rather than just the result, it affirms their ability to grow and improve. It's not about the end product, but about the choices they made along the way. This builds confidence because it's based on something they can continue to shape. For example, imagine a colleague completing a challenging project. Instead of simply saying, "You did a great job, try," you put a lot of thought into how you approach this. The difference is subtle but significant. The first compliment praises the result, which could feel like a one-off achievement. The second acknowledges the effort, reinforcing the idea that their perseverance and strategy are what led to success. This shift in focus doesn't just feel better, it's scientifically proven to build motivation. When people are recognized for their persistence, they're more likely to take on new challenges, learn from failures, and keep pushing forward. It's not just about a moment of flattery, it's about creating a mindset that fosters growth. In the end, flattery might feed the ego, but recognizing effort feeds the soul, empowering others to keep striving. And that's the kind of boost that lasts. Guilt is one of the most powerful emotions we experience, but did you know it can actually influence the decisions of others? It's not just about making people feel bad, it's about triggering a sense of responsibility or obligation. This is where guilt becomes a tool for compliance. Think about the times you've said yes to something simply because you felt guilty about saying no. Maybe a friend asked for a favor, and while you weren't thrilled, the thought of letting them down weighed on you. This happens because guilt activates a deeply ingrained psychological mechanism: the need to restore balance. We don't want to feel like we've wronged someone, so we go out of our way to make things right. For example, a colleague might ask for your help with a project, and though you're already swamped, you might still agree. Not because you have the time, but because you feel that by refusing, you're somehow letting them down. Psychologically, guilt makes us more likely to do something that re-establishes equilibrium, even if it's at our own expense. This tactic works even more effectively when the person who induces the guilt isn't aggressive or demanding. A simple "I could really use your help" can trigger a sense of duty. Guilt pushes us to align our actions with our moral code, or what we believe is the right thing to do. But here's the catch. While guilt can foster cooperation, it can also breed resentment if overused. People can become overwhelmed or burnt out if they're constantly feeling pressured into compliance. So, while guilt might get you a yes in the short term, understanding when it's being used to manipulate you and how to manage that is key to maintaining healthy, respectful relationships. Sometimes we think silence is just an empty space waiting to be filled. But when used correctly, silence can actually be one of the most powerful tools in communication. In fact, it often forces the other person to open up and provide the very answers you're looking for. Psychologically, silence creates a space where the brain feels the pressure to fill it. In a conversation, when you don't rush to respond or fill the gaps with your own words, the other person is more likely to reflect on what they're saying and offer more meaningful insights. It's not awkward, it's intentional. Imagine you're in a meeting and a colleague has just said something important but doesn't continue. Instead of immediately jumping in with your thoughts, you wait. That pause can make them feel the need to elaborate, to clarify, or even admit something they might have left unsaid. Silence can push people to address what's really on their mind, something they might not share if the conversation is moving too quickly. This tactic doesn't just apply to work meetings. In personal conversations, it works too. When someone expresses frustration or anxiety, offering silence instead of rushing in with advice allows them the space to voice deeper feelings they might not have otherwise shared. It's about giving the other person room to be heard. In psychology, this approach taps into something deep: the need to be understood. When we're given the space to speak without interruption, we feel respected. And that's when the real answers come, when we can't help but fill the silence with our true thoughts. The more we repeat something, the more our brains start to believe it. It's an idea rooted deeply in psychology, and it explains why habits form, why affirmations can work, and even why our inner critic becomes so loud. Repetition is a subtle force, one that doesn't just reinforce behavior, but shapes our beliefs about ourselves and the world. When we say something often enough, whether it's a goal, a mantra, or even a self-doubt, we start to internalize it. It's why athletes who visualize their success, or people who repeat positive affirmations daily, often find themselves succeeding. The brain, after hearing something multiple times, starts to view it as truth. It becomes part of the narrative we tell ourselves. For example, think about a person who constantly tells themselves they're not good enough. Over time, that self-talk becomes their reality, and their actions mirror that belief. On the other hand, when someone repeats positive beliefs like "I am capable," their actions align with that confidence, which in turn strengthens their belief. Psychologically, repetition works by rewiring neural pathways. It's how we go from uncertainty to confidence, from doubt to belief. It's not magic, it's consistency. So next time you want to change your mindset, remember that small, repeated actions can create lasting shifts in how you see yourself. With each repetition, you're not just practicing something, you're building a new belief, one step at a time. And over time, that belief can become the driving force behind everything you do. Setting boundaries isn't about limiting others, it's about protecting your power. The truth is, most of us don't realize the energy we're draining until it's too late. We give too much of our time, emotions, and attention without reserving enough for ourselves. In the long run, this leads to burnout and frustration. Boundaries give us the ability to take control of our time and energy. By setting clear limits, we not only protect ourselves, but we also increase the respect we earn from others. When you communicate what you're willing to accept, you're creating a foundation for healthier relationships. This applies across all areas: work, personal life, and even with family. You teach people how to treat you by how you treat yourself. For example, imagine you're constantly helping a colleague with their work, even though it's affecting your own productivity. One day, you set a boundary. I'm happy to help, but I need a 24-hour notice before I can take on extra tasks. This simple statement shifts the dynamic. It shows that your time matters, and soon others will respect that limit. Psychologically, boundaries help maintain balance and reduce resentment, making you more emotionally resilient and focused. Boundaries aren't walls, they're guidelines that keep you in charge of your own life. By learning to enforce them, you'll find not only more energy, but more respect and empowerment in your interactions. When we think about praise, it's easy to focus on the results, the end goal. But what if the real power of praise lies in something deeper? The psychology of praise reveals that rewarding the behavior, not just the outcome, can have a lasting impact on motivation and personal growth. Imagine a student getting a perfect score on a test. It's tempting to say, "You must be really smart." But consider this. If we focus only on the outcome, we might be reinforcing the idea that their intelligence is the key to success, something they can't control. Instead, try acknowledging the effort. I can see how much time and focus you put into studying. This approach praises the process, the strategy, the hard work. It shifts the focus from fixed traits to qualities people can control and improve. Psychologically, this taps into growth mindset theory, developed by psychologist Carol Dweck. When we praise effort over talent, we encourage resilience. People start to believe they can improve with practice. They're more likely to keep pushing even after setbacks because they feel their efforts matter, not just the end result. This isn't limited to school. Think about a friend who's been working on a personal project. Instead of just complimenting the finished product, acknowledging their dedication or creativity along the way can inspire continued effort and growth. It's about building confidence in the process, not just celebrating the outcome. So, the next time you offer praise, remember, it's the effort that deserves recognition, not just the outcome. And when we praise the process, we're not only encouraging success, we're encouraging the kind of growth that lasts. Smiles are powerful. You've probably noticed how, in a moment of tension, a simple smile can lighten the atmosphere. It's not just about looking friendly. It's a psychological shift that disarms defenses. The truth is, when people smile, they lower their guard. This isn't a random coincidence. It's rooted in human nature and the way we perceive each other. A smile is a signal, a sign of safety and approachability. It immediately puts us at ease, which opens the door to genuine connection. Think about it. When you meet someone new, what's the first thing you notice? It's their smile. Even in more intense situations like negotiations or disagreements, a smile can shift the dynamic, making others feel heard and less combative. Here's why. Psychologically, smiling triggers a response in the brain that makes people more likely to engage cooperatively. It tells the brain This person is not a threat. It fosters trust, even before words are exchanged. When someone offers a smile, it signals they are open and not looking to challenge you. For instance, imagine a tense conversation with a colleague. You're trying to solve a problem, but the energy is thick. Now, picture one of you breaking that tension with a simple smile. It changes everything. That smile isn't just a gesture, it's a tool for easing tension, creating space for cooperation, and inviting positive interaction. In a world where conflict often leads the way, remember that a smile isn't just a pleasant gesture, it's an invitation. It's an opportunity to connect, understand, and move forward with less resistance. When you choose to smile, you're not just showing kindness, you're laying the foundation for collaboration and trust. In many situations, we tend to think of obedience as something that comes from reward or motivation, but there's a psychological twist that might surprise you. Threats often enforce compliance more powerfully than positive incentives. It's not a pleasant thought, but it's true. This isn't about power plays or intimidation. It's rooted in human behavior and how we respond to fear. When faced with potential loss or punishment, our brains switch into survival mode, often overriding our reasoning. This response is tied to a psychological principle known as avoidance motivation. Simply put, when we face a threat, our instinct is to avoid the discomfort, even if it means complying with something we might not otherwise choose. The fear of negative consequences can be a stronger driver of behavior than the promise of a reward. Take, for example, a workplace scenario. A manager may announce a new policy, demanding all tasks be completed by a strict deadline. If the employees are told that failure to meet this deadline will result in consequences like a reduction in hours or a negative review, compliance increases. This threat, however indirect, often leads to faster action than simply offering a reward for completing the tasks early. Psychologically, the fear of what's at stake often has more weight than the idea of potential gain. This doesn't mean that threats are the best or only way to inspire action, but understanding how deeply ingrained the fear response is can help you see why it might be so effective. The next time you find yourself in a situation where you need to gain compliance, consider how both positive reinforcement and the fear of loss might play a role. The balance between the two can be more powerful than you think. In many conversations, the simplest questions can unlock the deepest insights. But it's not just about asking questions, it's about asking the right ones. The kind of questions that push people to think, reflect, and open up in ways they didn't expect. Questions that are direct, but not confrontational, can create a space for honest and meaningful exchanges. These kinds of questions get to the heart of the matter, helping both the asker and the responder see things clearly. Instead of asking something vague like, "How's everything going?" try something that cuts through the surface. Ask, "What's been weighing on you the most lately?" This approach works because it challenges people to focus on what truly matters. In psychology, this taps into the principle of focused attention. When people are asked to reflect on what's most important, their answers are often more thoughtful, more revealing. It encourages introspection and often leads to discoveries about themselves that they may have been avoiding. For example, let's say you're having a conversation with a friend who's been distant. Instead of asking if everything's okay, which can feel dismissive or empty, you might ask, "What's been taking up most of your mental space recently?" This directness helps your friend dig into what's really going on and creates an opportunity for them to share honestly. This isn't about being blunt or rude. It's about creating an environment where people feel safe enough to be vulnerable. Direct questions signal that you're genuinely interested, not just in surface-level answers, but in the real, unspoken thoughts. And that's where connections grow stronger. At the end of the day, the right questions can transform a simple conversation into something much more significant. The key is asking to understand, not just to respond. It's about creating a space where reflection happens naturally, and the answers that follow can lead to real, lasting change. The way we frame a situation directly influences the choices we make. It's easy to fall into a mindset where things seem fixed or predetermined, but in reality, how we see a scenario can open up new possibilities. A simple shift in perspective can change everything. This concept is rooted in a psychological principle called framing, which refers to how the way information is presented can influence our decisions. In short, the same situation can look vastly different depending on how we approach it. Consider a common workplace scenario. You're given a challenging project with a tight deadline. You could frame it as a high-pressure task, focusing on the stress and potential failure. This might lead to feelings of anxiety and hesitation. Alternatively, if you reframe it as an opportunity to showcase your skills and growth, it can shift your mindset to one of excitement and motivation. That shift in perception can lead to a more productive and fulfilling experience. The impact of framing extends beyond just the workplace. In personal relationships, how you interpret someone's actions can make or break the interaction. When you choose to see a difficult conversation as an opportunity for deeper understanding, you're more likely to approach it with patience and empathy. This mindset helps you respond thoughtfully instead of defensively, fostering stronger connections. Psychologically, this approach taps into the brain's ability to adapt. By consciously altering the way we frame situations, we can enhance our emotional resilience and decision-making. It's not about changing the situation itself, but the way we choose to see it. So next time you face a challenge, ask yourself, how can I frame this differently? You might just find a more empowering path forward. Promises have a way of shaping our sense of hope, often giving us something to hold on to in times of uncertainty. But here's the catch. When we make a promise, we're also creating a sense of control over our own actions and over the future. This subtle link between promises and hope is something we rarely stop to examine. When someone promises something, it isn't just the commitment to an action. It's a psychological anchor. It's a signal that something better, something anticipated, is coming. This is what we rely on to keep us moving forward, especially when things feel difficult. Promises have a power that goes beyond just words. They offer us a vision of the future, and in turn, that vision fuels our perseverance. Take, for example, a friend promising to call after a tough day. That simple act of stating, "I'll call you later," can bring comfort in the moment, making the wait bearable. It's not the call itself. It's the assurance of it that carries weight. The promise controls how we frame the waiting time, allowing us to feel that the future holds something reassuring, even when we can't yet see it. Psychologically, this taps into our need for certainty. The more uncertain the future feels, the more we crave that sense of control. A promise, whether to ourselves or others, solidifies our hopes and gives us the mental space to endure the present. It transforms anticipation into something real. So the next time a promise is made, whether big or small, remember that it's not just a commitment. It's a powerful tool that controls our sense of hope, guiding us through challenges with the knowledge that something better is on the way. Influence isn't just about charisma or force of will, it's about understanding what others don't even realize they're sharing. Secrets, in particular, are powerful drivers of human behavior. When we hold something back, we give others the chance to figure it out, and that gap creates intrigue. It's not manipulation, it's a psychological truth. The human mind is naturally drawn to what's hidden or incomplete. For example, consider a leader who holds back just enough information to keep their team guessing. Instead of offering everything up front, they leave space for others to contribute ideas or fill in the blanks. This small act of restraint doesn't make them appear distant or secretive. It makes them seem thoughtful and calculated, which draws people in. Psychologically, this taps into our desire for control and belonging. When we feel like we're in on something, it boosts our sense of importance. Similarly, think about personal relationships. When you listen, but don't rush to reveal everything about yourself, you create an air of mystery that invites others to open up. This doesn't mean being cryptic for the sake of it, but rather allowing your actions and words to unfold at a natural pace. When you share, it's done with purpose, making the exchange feel more meaningful. The real secret to influence lies not in the information you give, but in how you manage the information others receive. Understanding that sometimes less is more allows you to navigate interactions with a quiet power, one that others can't help but be drawn to. We all know the feeling of wanting to be liked, to be seen, and to feel that others approve of us. It's a natural human instinct, but when we seek approval from others too often, we can start to lose touch with who we truly are. The desire for approval often leads us to base our worth on how others perceive us. We start adjusting our actions, opinions, and even our values just to gain validation. This behavior can feel comforting in the short term, but over time, it erodes our sense of self. Psychologically, we become dependent on external feedback for our self-esteem, making us more vulnerable to criticism or rejection. Instead of seeking constant approval, we can reframe the way we look at ourselves. What if we focused more on validating our own actions and decisions rather than relying on others to do it for us? When we learn to trust ourselves and our choices, we become more resilient. We stop defining our worth by someone else's opinion and start recognizing the value in what we do, regardless of the outcome. Take a moment to think about your own life. How often do you make decisions based on what others will think? What would it feel like to choose your path with confidence without waiting for approval? Shifting this mindset doesn't happen overnight, but the more we practice, the more we start to recognize our own strengths and capabilities. And in that process, we begin to see that true approval comes from within. Our habits often reveal more than we realize about our true motivations. We're creatures of routine, and many of the things we do every day reflect the deeper forces guiding our actions, even when we're not aware of them. But what happens when our habits hide what really drives us? Sometimes we may find ourselves stuck in behaviors that don't align with our intentions, and it's easy to chalk them up to mere routine. However, psychology shows that habits are often formed not just to serve a goal, but because they mask deeper needs or desires. Consider the way we habitually procrastinate. On the surface, it might seem like laziness or lack of discipline, but deep down, it could be driven by fear of failure or perfectionism. We avoid the task, not because we don't want to do it, but because it feels safer to delay than risk falling short. This is a perfect example of how our actions can camouflage our underlying fears. When we start to become aware of these hidden motives, we can shift from simply reacting to our routines to understanding and reshaping them. It's not about forcing change overnight, but about recognizing the layers beneath our actions. Once we can spot the motives that fuel our habits, we unlock the potential to shift our behaviors in ways that align more closely with our true goals. By paying attention to why we do what we do, we can break free from cycles that don't serve us and start making choices that reflect our deeper needs. Understanding this connection between habits and motives can lead us toward more intentional and fulfilling actions. It's not just about changing what you do, it's about understanding why you do it. Fear shapes a lot of the choices we make, often without us even realizing it. It's not always the dramatic kind of fear, but a quieter, more insidious force. For example, when you hesitate to speak up in a meeting, it's not because you don't have an idea, but because you fear how others might judge it. That fear drives your actions, holding you back, keeping you in your comfort zone. But here's the thing. Fear isn't always bad. It's a powerful motivator, steering us to take action, adapt, and even protect ourselves. When faced with a challenge, that same fear can push you to prepare more, to work harder, to perform better. It's that underlying fear of failure that drives high achievers to perfect their craft, sometimes without even acknowledging the fear that got them there in the first place. Psychologically, fear activates what's known as the fight or flight response, but it can also trigger something more subtle, motivated behavior. It's the reason why we sometimes avoid confrontation, or why we might double down on effort when a situation feels uncertain. The key is in how we manage that fear. For instance, think about someone training for a marathon. The fear of not finishing fuels their training routine, pushing them to run even when it's hard, to commit to long hours. But if that fear turns into overwhelming anxiety, it can prevent them from even starting. The difference is in the mindset. Fear can drive you to act, but it's the way you interpret it that makes all the difference. Fear can limit or liberate you, and understanding that can unlock your potential. Comfort often feels like a safe place, but it's also where we can start to stagnate. We all know the feeling. When life becomes predictable, when we avoid challenges because they seem easier than the discomfort of growth. But here's the truth. Growth only happens outside that comfort zone. And yet, we often believe that staying comfortable will bring us peace. In reality, it's this very comfort that can hide the opportunities for real progress. Psychologically, our brains crave stability. But stability doesn't always lead to the most fulfilling outcomes. In fact, the most significant personal and professional breakthroughs usually come from moments of challenge, risk, and even failure. Think about it. When we push through something difficult, when we face our fears and stretch beyond what feels comfortable, that's when we tap into potential we didn't even know we had. This doesn't mean we should constantly be uncomfortable. It means that growth is a process of balancing comfort with challenge. A great example of this can be seen in the way athletes train. They don't just stay comfortable repeating the same movements over and over. They intentionally push their bodies to the limit to build strength, skill, and resilience. It's the same for us. The moments we choose to step into discomfort, to embrace uncertainty, are the ones that lead us to unexpected growth. So, next time you feel the urge to stay in your safe space, remember, it's the discomfort that drives change. The discomfort is not something to fear. It's the signal that growth is just around the corner. Embrace it and watch yourself transform. Attraction isn't always as clear as it seems. It can feel like an uncertain dance where one moment everything aligns and the next doubt creeps in. You might think that attraction is a straightforward connection, but sometimes it's full of unpredictability. The truth is, attraction is influenced by a combination of factors, emotional, psychological, even biological, that can shift over time. What feels magnetic today may feel distant tomorrow. It's easy to be frustrated when you can't pinpoint exactly why you're drawn to someone or why they seem distant. But in reality, attraction is not static. It's a dynamic force, changing based on mood, context, and even unconscious factors we don't always control. Take, for example, the way you feel drawn to someone after a deep conversation. It might seem like an instant connection, but underlying factors, shared values, a sense of humour, or even how safe and understood they make you feel, are working in the background. These are psychological triggers that can make you feel attached or, conversely, disconnected. The science behind attraction often isn't just about looks or chemistry, but about feeling validated and understood. Psychologically, when we feel seen and heard, we grow more attached. It's not just about physical presence, but emotional presence too. The more someone makes us feel like we matter, the deeper the connection. So, when attraction feels uncertain, it's often a sign that something deeper, something psychological is at play. Understanding this dynamic is the first step in navigating the complexities of attraction. And once you do, you'll realize that uncertainty isn't a barrier. It's part of the process. It's odd how a whisper of envy can grow into a roar of hostility, turning something small into something corrosive. When you notice a pang of jealousy, it's tempting to sweep it under the rug or blame the other person. But in psychology, that feeling is a signal, not a verdict. Instead of seeing jealousy as a failure, consider it an invitation to explore what matters most to you. Imagine you and a colleague both pitch ideas to the same client. At first, you admire their confidence, but soon you catch yourself dreading their success. You start avoiding them in the hallway and replay their presentation in your mind, critiquing every word. Before long, admiration has been eclipsed by resentment. Psychologically, this shift happens because jealousy threatens our self-esteem and triggers a defensive response in the brain's threat system. When left unchecked, that defense can harden into jealousy-fueled hatred. Recognizing this pattern gives you a choice. You might pause and ask, what does their success reveal about your own goals? Turning envy into curiosity reframes competition into inspiration. You could reach out, congratulate them, or share your own aspirations. That simple step diffuses tension and rebuilds connection. In the end, jealousy only breeds hatred if you let it spin unchecked. By treating it as a clue rather than a curse, you transform a dangerous impulse into a pathway for growth and genuine connection. Sometimes you catch yourself embellishing a story just to feel better about a mistake. That impulse isn't about deceiving others so much as it is about safeguarding your self-image. In psychology, this is called self-serving bias. Your brain tilts toward truths that make you look good and away from ones that don't. It's a subtle kind of lying, one that protects the ego more than it misleads friends or colleagues. Imagine you missed a deadline and you tell your team you ran into unexpected technical issues. In reality, you misjudged the scope of the work. That white lie helps you save face in the moment, but it also eases the tension inside you. Psychologically, you're reducing cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort that arises when your actions clash with your ideal self. By reshaping the story, you restore internal harmony, even if you create a small gap between perception and reality. This tendency shows up everywhere. Bragging about achievements, downplaying failures, or pretending confidence you don't truly feel. Self-deception can keep you motivated short-term, but it also builds fragile foundations. If you never confront your real shortcomings, you can't learn from them. Research suggests that honest self-reflection, though uncomfortable, leads to greater resilience and authentic growth. By naming your mistakes and owning your role, you replace fragile ego protection with genuine self-esteem. So next time you feel the urge to spin a tale that flatters your image, pause. Notice the discomfort that drives the lie and ask yourself what truth you're avoiding. That little act of courage not only earns respect from others, but also helps you align your actions with the person you really want to become. There's something about a hidden truth that feels like carrying a heavy coat all day. When you tuck parts of yourself away, you're not just keeping information safe, you're building invisible walls between you and everyone who cares. Secrets build walls. Psychologically, hiding details activates stress responses in the brain, releasing cortisol every time you worry about being found out. That tension makes genuine connection nearly impossible. Imagine you're talking with a close friend, but holding back something important, maybe a worry, a mistake, or an ambition. Even if they don't know the full story, they sense the distance. The conversation stays polite but shallow, and neither of you truly relaxes. In research on social penetration theory, sharing personal information gradually deepens intimacy and trust. Every secret you keep is a brick that slows down that process. Instead of feeling safe, secrets trap you in silence and anxiety. Yet the opposite approach, vulnerability, breaks down barriers. Naming what's on your mind, even in small doses, invites reciprocity. When you say, "I've been anxious about this presentation," you don't just lower your guard, you signal to others that it's safe to do the same. That shared honesty rewires the dynamic from guarded to open. It's not about oversharing or burdening people with every detail. It's about choosing connection over isolation. Letting a bit of light into those hidden corners doesn't weaken you. It makes relationships stronger, conversations deeper, and your own mind lighter. In truth, secrets don't protect you. They protect the walls they build. Imagine holding a single detail about someone else. Something they buried, a moment they'd rather forget. That hidden thread gives you power. In psychology, information asymmetry, that gap between what you know and what someone else knows, shapes our influence. When one person holds a secret, they hold subtle control. Think of a conversation where someone confides a vulnerability, perhaps a fear of failure. You nod, offer reassurance, and suddenly they lean in. Trust builds. That's reciprocity in action. Sharing a secret invites someone else to share, deepening connection. But secrets do more than foster closeness. Psychologically, they create scarcity. What's concealed feels precious, driving curiosity and obedience. In another scenario, imagine a leader who quietly mentions a team member's personal struggle. Their colleagues respond not out of pity, but out of solidarity, motivated by that intimate insight. This taps into the power of self-disclosure. Revealing something personal enhances your credibility and influence. Yet the same mechanism can backfire. If secrets are used to manipulate or control, they erode trust and breed suspicion. Understanding this dynamic reframes how we think about privacy and power. It's not about hoarding information, but about choosing when and how to reveal. Transparency doesn't nullify influence, it transforms it. When you share thoughtfully, you invite genuine cooperation. When you withhold strategically, you risk isolation. Secrets may control others, but they also reveal the fragile architecture of our social bonds. True connection thrives not on hidden leverage, but on mindful openness. In the end, the real power lies not in secrecy itself, but in how we choose to use what we know. It started as a quiet morning until a soft whisper curled around the room, and suddenly the air felt heavier. Gossip isn't just harmless chatter, it's a fear amplifier. When someone passes along a rumour about layoffs, betrayal, or scandal, it activates the part of your brain wired for survival. Psychologically, gossip taps into our negativity bias. We're wired to notice threats more than praise, and a whispered warning feels urgent, even when there's no proof. Imagine a small team huddled around a rumour that their project might be scrapped. Before you know it, tension spreads, decisions slow, and collaboration grinds to a halt. That's emotional contagion in action. Anxiety rippling through a group like a stone dropped in calm water. Research shows that hearing unverified threats lights up the amygdala, the brain's alarm system, making every passing word feel like danger. But gossip isn't always about evil intent. It's an ancient tool for social learning. In early societies, sharing news about dangers kept communities safe. Today, though, the stakes are different, and unchecked rumours can erode trust and fuel unnecessary fear. You can break the cycle by pausing before passing it on, asking for facts, offering reassurance, or simply choosing silence. By doing that, you shift the focus from fear to empathy and understanding. Gossip may spread fear by default, but you have the power to turn down the volume on anxiety and keep connection alive. You felt that sinking feeling after a choice you can't unmake. Regret haunts us, echoing long after the moment has passed. Psychologically, regret is our brain's way of signaling that we could have chosen differently. It springs from counterfactual thinking, imagining how things might have turned out if we'd taken another path. Anticipated regret shapes many decisions, nudging us to minimize future remorse. But constant worry about what might go wrong can trap us in indecision. Imagine skipping an opportunity to share your idea at work and replaying that moment over coffee the next day. Instead of beating yourself up, notice what regret teaches. Your perspective mattered. Or think of holding back an apology after an argument, only to regret your silence days later. That regret highlights the value of repair and connection, nudging you toward empathy. Studies show we remember missed chances more vividly than outcomes we actually experienced, and that what-if loop intensifies regret, yet it also guides learning. When you reframe regret as feedback rather than punishment, it becomes a compass pointing toward wiser choices. It's not about reliving the past, it's about shaping the future. Next time hesitation whispers, invite regret to speak. Ask yourself what it would teach if you let it. Each twinge of remorse carries a lesson about what you value, who you want to be, and how you want to show up. Rather than letting regret cling to every choice, listen to it, learn from it, and let it guide your next step forward. You know that moment when you insist you're right, even as every sign points otherwise. Pride has a way of muting our inner compass, turning fresh insights into background noise. Psychologists call this the overconfidence effect. a tendency to overestimate our own knowledge and abilities, and when it teams up with confirmation bias, we latch onto anything that supports our beliefs while dismissing everything else. Imagine a team debating a new plan. Someone pushes their idea so hard that every suggestion feels like a personal threat. Feedback that could make the plan stronger is brushed aside because it challenges their self-image. Rather than pausing to explore a different angle, they double down, convinced that any criticism must be wrong. That's pride-blinding judgment in action. When our ego senses a threat, the brain flips into defense mode, shutting down curiosity and open-mindedness. That surge of stubborn certainty might feel protective, but it comes at the cost of wiser choices and more creative solutions. Letting go of pride doesn't mean abandoning confidence. It means embracing the possibility that you could be wrong. The next time you catch yourself dismissing feedback or ignoring a nagging doubt, take a breath and ask what you might be missing. By choosing curiosity over certainty, you clear the path to better decisions and deeper connections. True clarity doesn't come from always being right. It comes from being willing to learn when you're wrong. When your pulse quickens and your mind sharpens, you might think anger is taking over. In reality, anger feeds power. It's not a loss of control. It's the brain's way of firing up focus, confidence, and boldness. Psychologically, anger taps into our fight-or-flight circuitry, releasing energy that can sharpen decisions and boost assertiveness. Imagine you're negotiating for a raise after a year of extra projects. Frustration rises when you feel overlooked. Instead of stifling that heat, you harness it, speaking clearly about your contributions and standing firm on your worth. That confident edge often shifts dynamics in your favour. Research shows that anger can increase perceived control and willingness to take risks, helping you push past hesitation. Of course, unchecked anger can spiral into impulsivity or damage relationships. The key is recognizing anger's fuel and directing it. Before responding, pause to translate that surge into a clear goal. I want respect for my effort, rather than I'll prove them wrong. Naming the aim channels intensity into purposeful action, grounding emotion in strategy. Across history, social movements used collective anger to demand change, transforming outrage into organized momentum. On a personal level, athletes convert fiery frustration into focused training, pushing boundaries they once thought insurmountable. That's anger's hidden power. It propels you forward when tapped with intention. Anger isn't the enemy of progress. It's a signal and a source. By treating it as raw energy rather than a flaw, you can steer its force toward growth, influence, and real-world impact. A flicker of heat rises in your chest, and suddenly you're smoothing over a story you almost told. Shame has shown up, and with it, a buried piece of truth. It's natural to want to hide the parts of ourselves that feel flawed or awkward, but in psychology, shame acts like a weight that pushes honesty out of sight. When you tuck away what really happened, you rob yourself of the chance to learn, to connect, and to heal. Imagine admitting to a close friend that you forgot an important deadline. Instead, you offer a vague apology and change the subject. That moment of silence isn't just awkward, it's shame sealing off the real conversation. Psychologically, shame triggers our fight or flight reflex, silencing parts of us we most need to share. By burying truth, we trade authenticity for safety, and over time, that safety becomes isolation. Turning toward vulnerability means naming what you've hidden. Saying, "I'm embarrassed I let this slip," invites compassion from others and from yourself. Research shows that self-compassion reduces the power of shame and makes reflection possible. When you speak the truth aloud, the burden lifts and you find new space to grow. It's not a one-time confession, but a habit of choosing honesty over hiding. In those moments when shame creeps in, consider it an invitation instead of an obstacle. Every time you unearth a buried truth, you reclaim a bit more of who you truly are, and that's where real connection begins. Picture the moment you stumble upon a hidden path, winding into a dense forest. Something pulls at you, a whisper of "what if" that makes your heart quicken. Curiosity feels like an invitation, but it can also be a trap. At its best, curiosity drives discovery and sparks creativity. At its worst, it nudges us toward danger, tempting us to explore before we're ready. Psychologically, this drive to know more taps into the brain's dopamine system. Novel experiences trigger a burst of reward chemicals, teaching us to seek out fresh sights and ideas. But that same reward loop doesn't care whether we're peering into a safe laboratory or teetering on the edge of a cliff. Sensation seekers, those of us wired for high novelty, often chase stronger stimuli, sometimes overlooking real risks in the process. Imagine a weekend spent investigating urban legends in an abandoned building. The thrill of unlocking a secret door feels electric. Yet the broken floorboards and shaky handrails are easy to ignore when adrenaline is coursing through your veins. You press on, convinced the payoff will justify the peril. In research, people high in curiosity are more willing to accept ambiguous outcomes and greater uncertainty, even at the cost of personal safety. Curiosity isn't a flaw, it's a powerful force. The key lies in balancing that pull toward the unknown with a moment of pause. Next time you feel that tug, ask yourself what you might overlook in your rush to uncover the next mystery. When curiosity is guided by caution, it opens doors without leading us into harm. Trust your wonder, but step carefully. There's a moment when you know you should turn down that second slice of cake, but the sweet warmth in your mouth feels more convincing than any calorie count. Logic lines up in neat rows, your health, your goals, yet desire rockets past all of that in a single breath. That tug of war between what you know and what you want is at the heart of how desire overrides logic. Desire isn't a flaw or a moral failing. It's a deeply human signal shaped by the brain's reward system. When you see something you crave, your emotional centers fire first, whispering that you deserve it now. Rational thought only clicks in afterward, often too late to stop the choice already made. Imagine you're eyeing the newest smartphone. You've saved for months, reminded yourself you don't really need it, and even compared specs. Still, when you hold it in your hand, all those checks fall away, and you convince yourself this is the moment. That feeling of anticipation trumps every spreadsheet you made. Psychologically, this happens because the brain values immediate rewards more highly than future benefits. Known as the effect heuristic, it puts feelings ahead of facts. Desire floods your decision-making pathways and makes "I want this" louder than "I should wait." Awareness is the first step. Noticing when your heart races at the sight of something tempting gives you a pause, a chance to breathe, step back, and let logic catch up. When you recognize that pull, you can choose to honor your goals instead of following every craving. In that space between impulse and action, true freedom lives. You're in a meeting when you notice your teammate's idea getting all the praise. A hot knot of discomfort tugs at you, quickening your pulse. That feeling isn't just passing irritation, it's envy. And left unchecked, it can spark conflict. Envy doesn't arrive as a villain with a top hat. It creeps in when we compare ourselves to others and decide we're coming up short. Psychologically, that comparison lights up the same regions of the brain that handle physical pain, so it hurts, and we want relief. Too often, we relieve it by criticizing, undermining, or gossiping, which only fuels more tension. Imagine you catch yourself thinking, "Why didn't I come up with that?" Instead of letting that thought morph into resentment, you pause, you name it. I'm feeling envious that her idea landed so well. Simply acknowledging the emotion lowers its intensity and gives you a choice. You might ask a question out of genuine curiosity. Can you walk me through how you arrived at that? That shift turns envy into learning and competition into collaboration. Psychologically, envy thrives in secrecy and comparison, but it withers in awareness and connection. When we share what we're feeling and invite openness, the urge to tear down another person loses its grip. Envy becomes a signal rather than a weapon, a prompt to explore what we value and how we can grow. Conflict often ignites with a spark of envy, but by shining a light on that spark, we transform it from fuel for division into the kindling for understanding and shared success. Every morning you wake to the relentless beeping of your alarm, follow the same shower song, brew coffee just so. That ritual feels comforting, but it also trains your brain to shut down to surprises. Psychologically, this is called habituation, the process where repeated experiences fade into background noise. In other words, routine fosters blindness. When you drive the same route every day, you might pass a charming mural without a second glance. When you greet your partner with the same "How was your day?" you might miss the tremor in their voice. Routine isn't harmless. It filters out details your brain deems unimportant. Imagine someone you've worked alongside for months suddenly cracking a genuine smile at a small victory. At first you might barely notice because you're tuned to their usual focused expression. Then you pause. That shift, the moment you actually see them, is a reminder that novelty draws attention. Psychologically, our attention is a limited resource. Habituation protects us from sensory overload, but it also means we can overlook moments that matter. Breaking the pattern, even in a tiny way, resets that filter. Take a different street home. Change your coffee order. Ask a friend a question you've never asked before. In the end, awareness thrives on change. If you want to rediscover the world, step outside your autopilot. It's not about chaos, it's about reclaiming the extraordinary hidden in the ordinary. A gentle sense of familiarity sweeps over you when events line up just so, as if the universe is sending a secret signal. Our brains are wired to spot patterns everywhere, faces in the clouds, hidden messages in random data, or connections between distant moments. This instinctive drive to organize chaos isn't just a quirk. It's been essential for our survival, helping our ancestors recognize animal tracks or predict weather from shifting winds. But sometimes that same knack for pattern recognition leads us astray. Imagine scrolling through social media and suddenly everything you see seems to confirm a belief you barely paused to question. You start to notice every supporting post, dismiss every contradiction, and before long, you're convinced you were right all along. Psychologically, this taps into a concept called apophenia, our tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in meaningless noise, and it pairs effortlessly with confirmation bias, steering us toward information that fits our story. In daily life, you might find yourself convinced of a career breakthrough because a mentor once praised your idea, then ignore every mundane meeting that followed. Recognizing these invisible forces gives us a chance to pause and ask whether the pattern we see truly reflects reality or just the way our minds want to make sense of everything. Next time you feel that instant click of recognition, take a breath and remember, patterns feel natural, but clarity comes from checking the dots yourself before drawing the lines. Picture this: a colleague leans in and shares the weight they've been carrying. Instead of jumping to solutions, you pause and say, "That sounds really overwhelming." That simple act of genuine understanding is more than kindness. It's the spark that builds trust. Empathy invokes trust because it shows you see someone fully, not just their problem. Psychologically, this taps into our brain's mirror neuron system and triggers oxytocin release, the so-called bonding hormone. When you reflect someone's emotions, you're saying, "I'm with you." And that creates a sense of safety. Consider a team leader who notices a teammate's frustration after a tough presentation. Instead of offering advice right away, they say, "It seems like that caught you off guard." Suddenly, barriers drop. The teammate feels heard and is more likely to open up about what really happened. That honesty paves the way for collaboration and growth. Empathy isn't about fixing, it's about connecting. Research shows that people who feel understood are more inclined to return openness with openness, deepening mutual respect and laying the groundwork for trust. Managers, partners, and friends who practice reflective listening create spaces where vulnerability feels safe. True connection begins with a moment of sincere recognition. When you tune in and mirror someone's feelings, you invite trust to take root. In a world that often races past emotions, stopping to understand becomes your most powerful tool for building lasting trust. Imagine someone tells you exactly what you mustn't do, and suddenly that's all you can think about. That spark of defiance isn't just stubbornness. It's a built-in alarm for your freedom. Psychologists call this reactance. When your choices feel threatened, your mind fights back to reclaim control. It explains why banning a book or forbidding a snack often makes it more tempting. Think back to being told you couldn't ride your bike down a certain street. You probably snuck out at dawn just to prove you could. That momentary thrill wasn't reckless. It was your brain reasserting autonomy. In research, simply labeling a beverage only for guests makes everyone want it more, because that little act of rebellion restores a sense of choice you thought you'd lost. Rebellion ignites control by flipping the script on authority. When you resist a rule, you aren't just causing trouble, you're signaling to yourself that your preferences matter. This subtle pushback floods your brain with certainty, cutting through the haze of feeling powerless. It's why teenagers slam doors and why employees bypass one-size-fits-all policies. Of course, endless fighting back would be exhausting. The real skill lies in picking your battles. One small intentional act of defiance can reset your confidence and remind you that you're steering your own course. So next time someone tries to box you in, don't see it as an invitation to chaos. See it as an invitation to choose. A controlled rebellion, just enough to reclaim your will, can be the most empowering decision you ever make. You glance around the room, and suddenly your opinion shifts. The more people around you nod in agreement, the more you find yourself doing the same. That subtle pull has a name: conformity. It's the brain's shortcut to belonging, trading independent thought for group approval. Psychologically, this relies on normative social influence, the idea that we follow the crowd to feel accepted and avoid rejection. But in that trade-off, freedom quietly slips away. Imagine you're picking a movie with friends. One person voices a favourite, and before you know it, everyone agrees, even though you'd have chosen something entirely different. That moment of compliance may feel harmless, but it reinforces a habit, valuing consensus over authenticity. Over time, that habit can dull your unique perspective and keep you locked inside an invisible cage of expectations. Research on reactance theory shows that when people sense their choices are being guided by others, they either submit or rebel. Yet subtle pressure often leads to submission because rebellion feels riskier. The irony is that by trying to fit in, you lose the very thing that makes you individual, your freedom to choose. Breaking free doesn't require grand gestures. It can be as simple as voicing your honest preference at the next group decision, or pausing before agreeing to notice how you truly feel. Those small acts of resistance send a powerful signal to your brain that your choices matter, and with every genuine choice you make, you reclaim a piece of your freedom. In a world built on conformity, choosing to think differently becomes an act of liberation. Authenticity blooms in that space, reminding you that true freedom begins the moment you decide to be yourself. You've probably reached for your phone without even knowing why, or felt a sudden craving for something you hardly needed. That instinctive nudge comes from deeper in your brain than reason ever can. We tend to think we're guided by careful thought, but in reality, our impulses often get there first. In psychology, this happens because the emotional center reacts faster than the part responsible for planning and logic. When you walk past a bakery, the scent triggers an immediate desire before your rational mind can weigh the calories. Imagine you're at a store deciding between a practical shirt and one splashed with a bold pattern. In an instant, your heart pulls you toward the flashy choice, even though you promise yourself to stick to basics. That's your brain's fast thinking at work, prioritizing reward and excitement. Only moments later does the slower thinking arrive, pointing out the sensible option and the extra cost. But by then, you've already thrown the colourful shirt in your cart. Psychologically, this split reflects how our ancient survival wiring favours quick action over deliberation. That served us well when hesitation could mean danger, but in modern life it means we often act first and regret later. Knowing this, we can build tiny pauses into our routine, a breath, a brief walk, even counting silently to give our thoughtful mind a chance to catch up. By recognizing that impulse trumps reason by default, you gain the power to pause and choose differently. With that simple shift, you move from being driven by urges to steering your own decisions, blending instinct with intention for better outcomes. Picture this. After a long day, you collapse into the familiar softness of your sofa, the cushions embracing you like an old friend. It feels safe. The world outside fades, and every worry drifts away. Yet that very safety can become a trap. Comfort feeds laziness. When we seek solace in effortless routines, we starve our growth of the spark it needs. Psychologically, we cling to the comfort zone because our brains crave predictability and homeostasis. But too much equilibrium dulls our drive and creativity. Instead of seeing comfort as a reward, we must reframe it as a red flag, not a sign of rest, but a cue to challenge ourselves. Consider a writer who edits the same paragraph over and over, convinced the next tweak will perfect it. They linger in familiar territory rather than venture into new ideas. Or think of a runner who jogs the same route each morning because it feels easy, never discovering the thrill of pushing a little farther. In both cases, comfort hampers progress. In research on habit formation, small doses of stress and novelty release dopamine and enhance learning, while endless comfort leads to stagnation. When we treat ease as the end point, we miss out on the vitality that comes from a stretch, from a moment of uncertainty. Growth demands a balance. We need rest, but we also need the tension of new challenges. Embracing discomfort doesn't mean constant hardship. It means leaning into opportunities that feel just beyond your current reach. That's where inspiration lives and transformation begins. It happens in the quiet moments, when you pause before sending that email or stepping onto the stage. A little voice whispers that you're not ready. That's self-doubt surfacing, and it's more than a fleeting worry. Psychologically, this feeling often ties back to the imposter phenomenon, where we doubt our achievements even when evidence shows we're capable. Instead of viewing self-doubt as a roadblock, consider it a signal pointing toward where you most want to grow. Imagine you're about to share an idea in a team meeting. Your palms sweat and your mind jumps to every possible mistake. In that instant, you could interpret those nerves as proof you shouldn't speak up, or you could reframe them as an alert that this idea matters deeply to you. Research on self-efficacy tells us that acknowledging fear, naming it, and then acting anyway can strengthen your confidence over time. When self-doubt surfaces, pause and name the thought. I'm worried this won't sound good. That simple recognition shifts your brain's pattern from avoiding discomfort to observing it. You're not letting fear win, you're inviting curiosity. Psychologically, that transforms an automatic pattern into a deliberate choice. Over time, each moment of doubt met with awareness becomes a step toward resilience. Rather than silencing your inner critic, you're learning its language. Self-doubt surfaces not to hold you back, but to guide you toward what matters. It's a compass in disguise, pointing you in the direction of your next breakthrough. Freedom, when you think about it, sounds like the ultimate goal. The ability to do whatever we want, whenever we want. But what if freedom isn't as freeing as we think? It might actually feel more like a trap. Many people assume that having complete freedom will bring them happiness, but in reality, too much of it can be overwhelming. The paradox is simple. When there are no boundaries or constraints, it becomes harder to make decisions, stay focused, or even feel at ease. The brain naturally craves structure. Without it, things can feel chaotic. Take a moment to think about a time when you had the freedom to do anything. Did you feel liberated or lost? In psychology, this sensation is rooted in something called the paradox of choice. The more options we have, the more difficult it becomes to choose, and the more anxious we get about making the wrong decision. This isn't just an abstract concept. It happens every day. You might experience it when you're faced with endless options for what to eat, what to wear, or even which career path to follow. The pressure to make the perfect choice in a world where everything feels possible can leave us stuck. What's the solution? Well, it might be that a little structure, a few limits, can actually be more liberating than having endless choices. It's not about restriction, it's about providing a framework that helps your mind focus and prioritize. In the end, it's not about having the most freedom, but about using the right kind of freedom to create a sense of clarity and peace. Sometimes feeling trapped is simply a signal that it's time to bring balance back into your life. We often find ourselves drawn to control. It's comforting. The idea of shaping every outcome, having everything lined up just the way we want it, gives us a sense of certainty. But here's the thing, control, while it feels safe, can also limit us. Psychologically, it's tied to a deeper need for security. When we try to control everything, we prevent ourselves from embracing the unknown, where growth and learning really happen. Take a moment to think about your own life. When things feel out of control, there's a rush to grab hold of something, anything, to regain that feeling of order. But this desire for control can blind us to opportunities that come when we let go just a little. For example, a project at work might feel chaotic, and you might instinctively try to micromanage every step. Yet, research shows that when we allow others to take ownership, or we give ourselves a bit of space, creativity flourishes. Solutions arise that we might not have thought of on our own. Psychologically, our brains are wired to seek control because it reduces uncertainty, but constant control can also stifle innovation. It can keep us stuck in routines and prevent us from taking risks. When we loosen our grip, we open up to new ideas, new possibilities. At the end of the day, control can be comforting, but it's in letting go, even just a little, that we truly grow. It's not about giving up control entirely, but about recognizing when it's okay to step back and trust the process. Letting go can lead to better outcomes than we could have ever planned for. Power often lies in what's hidden, in what remains unseen or misunderstood. It's easy to overlook how ignorance can create leverage. When someone doesn't know everything, they're less likely to act in ways that could lead to failure. This lack of knowledge, while seemingly a disadvantage, can actually become an advantage. It allows people to make bold decisions, take risks, and move swiftly without the burden of overthinking or second-guessing. Take, for example, the famous innovators and entrepreneurs who've made history. Many didn't fully understand the potential pitfalls of their decisions, yet it was that very uncertainty that propelled them forward. They didn't hesitate because they didn't know enough to be afraid. Psychologically, this ties into a concept called the illusion of knowledge. The more we learn, the more we realize how much we don't know, which can lead to hesitation. But ignorance frees us from that weight. It creates space for confidence and decisiveness, unclouded by the fear of failure. However, it's important to note that this doesn't mean making reckless choices. Instead, ignorance breeds a kind of freedom, the ability to act without getting bogged down by every possible outcome. This dynamic can be seen in the way some of the most successful individuals navigate their careers, leaning into the unknown rather than being paralyzed by it. Sometimes not knowing is exactly what gives you the power to move forward. The less you know, the more you're able to embrace the uncertainty and make decisions that others might never dare. Ignorance in this sense is not a lack, it's an opportunity. Sometimes the truth isn't as simple as we want it to be. It can hide behind layers of comfort, denial, and avoidance. We tend to avoid uncomfortable truths, but in doing so, we miss the dangers that lie beneath the surface. It's natural to want to protect ourselves from discomfort, but when we ignore reality, we often walk right into the path of something far worse. Take, for instance, the way we sometimes overlook our health. We may feel tired, but instead of admitting we're overwhelmed, we push through, telling ourselves that we'll rest later. That momentary relief of pretending we're fine can seem comforting, but it's only delaying the inevitable. Physically, we're wearing down. Mentally, we're burning out. Psychologically, the discomfort we suppress builds and eventually demands attention, but often at a much higher cost. The same applies to relationships. We tell ourselves everything's okay, even when things feel off. We hide our true feelings, thinking that confronting them might hurt the other person or make things worse. But in reality, that avoidance only creates distance and distrust. It's only when we address those hidden truths, gently but honestly, that healing can begin. In psychology, this idea of avoidance is linked to cognitive dissonance, the tension we feel when our actions don't align with our beliefs. It's easy to ignore the discomfort, but eventually it catches up with us. It's only by facing the truth head-on, no matter how uncomfortable, that we can truly avoid the greater dangers ahead. So, when something feels off, it's worth pausing and asking, what's being hidden, and how can we address it before it escalates? Facing the truth might be tough, but it's always the safer route. Knowledge has a way of feeling heavy. Sometimes the more we learn, the more it seems like the weight of the world rests on our shoulders. We carry the burden of understanding, of seeing the nuances and complexities, and it often feels like our minds are overloaded. This isn't just a figure of speech. Psychologically, the more we know, the more our brains start to process and question. It's an ongoing loop of seeking answers that sometimes leaves us feeling like we're stuck in a cycle of uncertainty. Consider the idea of cognitive dissonance. When new knowledge clashes with what we've previously believed, that moment when a new truth shakes our foundation and we feel the discomfort of change, it's a real emotional struggle. But here's the catch. This pain of learning isn't pointless. It's a sign of growth. Just like lifting weights, the mental strain that comes from expanding our understanding actually strengthens our minds. The brain, in response, adapts, builds resilience, and becomes more agile. Take a moment to think about it. The hardest lessons often stick with us the longest. When we face the challenge of a new perspective, it shapes us in ways we don't always realize. But if we allow ourselves to embrace this discomfort, it becomes a tool for deeper learning, a bridge to new insights, and a doorway to greater wisdom. Knowledge might feel painful, but that's what makes it so transformative. It's not about avoiding the discomfort. It's about letting it guide you to a better version of yourself. Strength often demands an underlying vulnerability. It's not the typical narrative we hear, right? We often equate strength with resilience, control, and stoicism. But there's another side to it, the side that acknowledges fragility. Real strength doesn't hide weakness. It understands it. Think about it. When a person pushes themselves to their limits, they don't just need their willpower to carry them. They need to recognize when they're running low, when they need support or a break. It's this awareness, this understanding of limits that helps build true resilience. Not the kind of resilience that comes from pretending you're invincible, but the kind that grows from embracing your limitations and using them as a guide. Take a moment to picture a professional athlete. They train intensely, but they know when to rest, when to refuel. Their success doesn't stem from endless exertion, but from knowing when they're at their best and when they need to recharge. Similarly in life, those who acknowledge their weaknesses often find greater strength in recovery and reflection. Psychologically, this is powerful. Strength without vulnerability can quickly become burnout. Recognizing and embracing weakness actually fuels long-term progress. It allows us to evolve, to adapt, and to grow without the constant pressure of perfection. In the end, strength and weakness aren't opposites. They are interdependent. It's the balance between them that allows us to endure and thrive. So, remember, true strength lies in understanding that sometimes being weak is exactly what makes us strong. Being vulnerable feels like standing on the edge of a cliff, ready to leap without knowing what lies beneath. We all want connection, yet vulnerability often feels like a risk, as if sharing too much of ourselves will expose us to judgment or rejection. But here's the surprising truth. Vulnerability isn't a weakness. It's one of the most powerful tools we have for building trust and creating meaningful relationships. When we open up, we allow others to see our true selves, and this authenticity can invite others to do the same. The idea that vulnerability is risky comes from a fear of being misunderstood or hurt, but in reality, it often leads to deeper, more genuine connections. Think about it. When was the last time someone shared something personal with you? Chances are it made you feel closer to them, not pushed away. That's because vulnerability builds trust. It shows the other person that you're human, that you're not hiding behind walls of perfection. Psychologically, this works because of something called reciprocity. When you take the risk of showing vulnerability, others feel more comfortable doing the same. It creates a cycle of openness, which strengthens bonds over time. For example, imagine you're in a meeting and you admit that you're struggling with a project. It might feel risky at first, but it could inspire others to share their own challenges, fostering a collaborative environment where everyone feels supported. So, next time you're tempted to hold back, remember, vulnerability isn't about weakness, it's about connection. It's not the absence of fear, but the courage to face it and let others in. And in doing so, you create the space for trust to grow. Certainty can be comforting, but it can also blind us. When we feel certain about something, our beliefs, our actions, or our path, we tend to stop questioning, stop exploring, and that's where the danger lies. The more we cling to what we know, the less we allow room for growth or new understanding. Take a moment to think about the last time you were absolutely sure of something. Maybe it was a decision you made or a belief you held firmly. What happened next? For most of us, that certainty can lead to rigid thinking, where alternative perspectives are dismissed without much consideration. It's easy to fall into the trap of assuming we've got it all figured out, but in reality, certainty can stifle curiosity, creativity, and the willingness to adapt. Psychologically, this tendency is rooted in something called cognitive closure, the desire to resolve uncertainty quickly. While it offers a sense of relief, it can limit our potential. When we accept that we don't have all the answers, we open the door to deeper insights and innovative solutions. Let's consider a simple example. Imagine a team working on a project. One member is convinced their idea is the best, and the others agree to avoid conflict. Over time, that certainty suppresses diverse input, and the project lacks the creativity it could have had. On the other hand, when a team embraces doubt and different perspectives, it often leads to a more dynamic and successful outcome. The lesson here is clear. Certainty may feel like strength, but true growth comes from embracing uncertainty. When we let go of being right all the time, we create space for real progress and discovery. It's about questioning, learning, and evolving. Something we all need to move forward. There's a certain kind of silence that can feel louder than any sound, a silence that carries tension, confusion, or even discomfort. It's the kind of silence you might experience in a conversation when no one knows what to say, or when a moment of awkwardness hangs in the air. But the truth is, silence speaks. It says something more than words ever could. In psychology, this is rooted in how our brains react to absence. Silence can be interpreted in a number of ways. As an opportunity for reflection, a signal of disengagement, or even a form of resistance. The longer the silence stretches, the louder it can become, filling the space with unspoken emotions. What's interesting is that while silence might seem neutral or peaceful, it can actually create anxiety, forcing us to fill the gap with our thoughts or fears. Imagine being in a meeting where no one responds to your idea. That pause feels heavy, doesn't it? The absence of feedback can make you second-guess your point, heightening your self-doubt. It's not just about what's not being said, it's the emotional weight we attach to it. On the other hand, silence can also be powerful in the right moments. When someone opens up about their struggles, sometimes offering them the space to sit with their emotions without rushing to fix the problem shows respect and understanding. The absence of words in this case allows the person to process their feelings and feel truly heard. In moments like these, silence feels like support, not absence. So the next time silence feels loud, pay attention. It's not just empty space, it's communicating more than you think. When we're present in a situation, it's easy to think that we're only showing up in the moment, but sometimes simply being there can stir up fear. It's not that we're doing something wrong, rather we're making others feel seen, which can make them vulnerable. Imagine walking into a room full of people, and suddenly all eyes are on you. The attention shifts, and with it, an unsettling sense of exposure. This isn't just about being watched, it's about the power that presence holds. Psychologically, fear often stems from the unknown, and presence amplifies that. The more we notice what's happening around us, the more others feel the weight of their own awareness. It can lead to discomfort or fear, because the safety of being unseen disappears. The spotlight can either encourage growth or stir up anxiety, depending on how it's handled. Take a simple scenario. Someone at work stands up to present an idea. The idea might be great, but the fear of all eyes watching can be paralyzing. However, that same presence, the fact that others are paying attention, can also empower them to step into the moment with confidence, should they choose to embrace it. The key is understanding that presence doesn't always lead to fear. It depends on how we engage with the people around us. Acknowledging someone's presence without judgment or expectation can transform that fear into something productive, even exciting. When we create a space that's safe for others to exist, their fear can fade, replaced by clarity and confidence. It's easy to stay in a comfortable place, even when we know it's not serving us anymore. Often, we find ourselves surrounded by what feels safe, a job, a relationship, or a routine. But behind that comfort, there's something else lurking: fear. It's the fear of change, of stepping into the unknown, of risking failure. Comfort can feel like a shield, but in reality it can trap us in a cycle of stagnation. Take a moment to think about a time when you chose the familiar, even though you knew it wasn't ideal. Maybe you stayed in a situation that didn't make you happy, or avoided a challenge because it felt too overwhelming. What's really happening in those moments? We're hiding from fear, convincing ourselves that staying in our comfort zone is easier than confronting what's outside it. Psychologically, this response is deeply rooted in our natural desire for security. Our brains are wired to avoid discomfort, But the irony is that it's often through discomfort that we grow the most. Think about a time when you faced something difficult. Initially, it felt terrifying, but in hindsight, it was a turning point, a place where you found strength, resilience, or a new path forward. If you can recognize the fear hiding behind your comfort, you can begin to shift your perspective. Instead of seeing discomfort as something to avoid, start seeing it as a signal that growth is just on the other side. Fear doesn't have to stop you. It can be the very thing that pushes you forward into new opportunities and discoveries. Passion can feel overwhelming, like a fire that burns too brightly, too quickly. It's something we all feel at times when a dream or goal consumes us, pushing us to dive in head first. But here's the thing. Passion, while powerful, can be dangerous if it blinds us to balance. It can cloud our judgment, make us overlook risks, or even lead to burnout if we don't manage it carefully. Take, for instance, someone starting a new project they're passionate about. They throw themselves into it with everything they've got. Long hours, endless energy, and a mindset that no obstacle can stand in their way. It feels exhilarating at first, but soon the excitement wanes, the pressure builds, and the passion starts to feel like a weight instead of a fuel. Psychologically, this happens because passion activates parts of the brain associated with reward and motivation, but it doesn't always tap into the systems responsible for managing stress or making careful decisions. So we end up pushing ourselves past healthy limits without realizing it. This isn't to say we should suppress our passion. Instead, we need to recognize its power and channel it with intention. Passion is best when paired with awareness, when we remember to pause, reflect, and listen to the quieter parts of ourselves. By doing so, we don't just avoid the dangers, it becomes a tool for sustained success. It's not about suppressing that fire, but learning how to let it burn in a way that keeps us moving forward without burning out. Empathy is often misunderstood. We've been taught that vulnerability shows weakness, that expressing our emotions makes us fragile. But in reality, empathy is a profound strength. It's about connecting with others on a deeper level, understanding their struggles without judgment. And when you embrace that, it doesn't make you weaker. It strengthens your relationships and broadens your perspective. Consider this. Someone shares a painful story with you. Your instinct might be to offer solutions, to fix the problem. But what if instead you simply acknowledge their feelings first? Saying something like, "That sounds really tough," shows you see them. It's not about solving the issue right away. It's about making them feel heard. Psychologically, this works because it activates a sense of safety. When someone feels truly understood, their defenses lower and trust begins to build. This doesn't just apply to deep conversations. It's crucial in daily interactions too. Whether it's a friend, a co-worker, or a family member, empathy creates a space where connection can flourish. It's easy to rush in with solutions or advice. It feels like the right thing to do. But offering empathy first builds a foundation of trust. It strengthens the bond. So next time, before rushing to fix, pause and think about how you can simply acknowledge what the other person is feeling. You'll be surprised at how much more powerful that connection can become. Empathy isn't a sign of weakness. It's a step toward real strength. Attraction can feel like a powerful force, drawing us towards something or someone with an undeniable pull. But when that attraction becomes unbalanced, it can also breed pain. You've probably noticed this. The more we desire something or someone, the more we risk losing ourselves in it. Whether it's a person, an idea, or a pursuit, the intensity of that attraction often comes with expectations. And expectations can easily slip into disappointment or hurt when reality doesn't measure up. Take relationships, for example. When we invest so much emotional energy into another person, we often overlook the small red flags. We want to believe in the ideal, so we ignore the signs that something isn't quite right. The deeper the attraction, the greater the potential for pain if things fall apart. The same applies to personal goals. When we tie our sense of self-worth to an outcome, any setback can feel like a personal failure. We become so focused on reaching that ideal that we lose sight of everything else. Psychologically, this happens because attraction is linked to attachment, and attachment can make us feel secure, but it can also leave us vulnerable. When we're too attached to an outcome, we forget to value the process. The key to navigating attraction without the pain is to balance it with mindfulness. By understanding that outcomes aren't everything, and that our worth isn't defined by external achievements or relationships, we can embrace attraction in a healthier way. Instead of letting the intensity of attraction overwhelm us, we can learn to engage with it thoughtfully. The result? A more resilient, fulfilling experience without the sharp sting of unmet expectations. Silence holds power. In moments of quiet, a secret is often protected, a thought kept safe. When we speak, we reveal pieces of ourselves, but when we hold back, we create space for contemplation, for reflection. Silence in its stillness becomes a tool for guarding what's most important, our deepest thoughts, intentions, and emotions. Psychologically, silence can be far more revealing than words. It's in the pauses, the unspoken moments, where we find what people truly feel, or sometimes what they're afraid to say. This is why silence in conversations isn't just a gap between phrases. It's a powerful strategy, one that allows us to listen more intently, to process the weight of the moment before responding. It guards not only what others want to hide, but what we choose to protect in ourselves. Take, for example, a conversation with a friend who's clearly troubled but saying little. Their silence speaks volumes, and it's in those quiet moments that we can either choose to rush in with advice or simply be present. The real question is, do we truly understand the power of not filling the space with words? When we respect silence, we respect the other person's process. We give them the time they need to decide how much they want to share, how much they feel safe to reveal. Silence guards secrets in the most subtle way, but its true strength lies in the trust it builds. It's not about the absence of sound, it's about the presence of understanding. In the quiet, we discover what's truly worth hearing. Motivation is often tied to the idea of achieving big rewards, but the truth is, sustaining motivation over the long haul requires something deeper: sacrifice. We're conditioned to believe that success comes effortlessly, that if you want something, you just have to wish for it. But the reality is that real motivation thrives on the sacrifices we're willing to make along the way. Consider someone training for a marathon. They don't wake up one day and suddenly run 26 miles. They dedicate months of early mornings, sore muscles, and skipped social events. The sacrifice doesn't always look glamorous, but it's necessary for the end result. The same principle applies to any goal, whether it's professional, personal, or creative. It's not the easy moments that drive us forward. It's the commitment to showing up, even when it's hard, even when the reward feels distant. Psychologically, this taps into something powerful: delayed gratification. When we push past short-term comfort for long-term rewards, our sense of accomplishment grows. Every sacrifice, whether it's time, effort, or comfort, builds a stronger connection to our goals. It shapes our resilience and strengthens our sense of purpose. So the next time you're facing a challenge, remember, motivation doesn't just ask for effort. It asks for your willingness to give something up for what matters. And it's that very act of sacrifice that will propel you toward the success you're striving for. In times of uncertainty, doubt often feels like a weight. We hesitate, second-guessing our decisions, unsure of our abilities. But what if that doubt could be the very thing that strengthens your faith in yourself? This isn't about suppressing doubt, but embracing it as a stepping stone toward growth. Psychologically, doubt is an invitation for reflection, a way to evaluate options and reconsider choices before moving forward. For example, imagine you're standing at the edge of a big decision, feeling unsure. Instead of ignoring that doubt, what if you treated it as a signal to reflect more deeply? The very fact that you're questioning means you're engaging with the decision, assessing potential outcomes with more care. In this way, doubt doesn't work against you. It works for you, pushing you to be more mindful and deliberate. Faith in this context isn't the absence of doubt. It's the trust that despite your uncertainty, you can make informed, thoughtful choices. When we approach doubt with this mindset, it doesn't freeze us. It drives us forward. Psychologically, this empowers our decision-making process, allowing us to take action with confidence, even when we don't have all the answers. So next time doubt creeps in, don't shy away from it. Let it guide you toward a stronger, more confident version of yourself. Faith confirms doubt because, in its questioning, you find the answers that were always within reach. When we lean too heavily on logic, we risk missing the warmth that makes human connections truly meaningful. Logic is cold by nature, offering answers that are neat, precise, and often devoid of emotion. Yet, when we frame every situation with only a rational lens, we overlook the nuances of how people feel. The idea is simple. Facts alone don't always solve problems. The deeper, more human layer, the feelings, the intuition, the context, plays an equally important role. Think about a time when someone gave you the perfect solution, but you still felt unheard. The answer made sense, but it didn't address the emotional need behind the problem. This happens because while logic is helpful, it doesn't consider how we, as individuals, process the world through emotions. Psychologically, emotions often guide our decisions more than logic does. For example, in conflict resolution, a rational approach might seem like the best fix, but if we fail to acknowledge the emotional aspect, the solution will fall flat. So what can we do differently? Begin by acknowledging feelings first. Imagine this. You're having a tough day, and a friend simply listens without rushing to offer advice. They understand you're frustrated, not because of what's happening logically, but because of how it's impacting you emotionally. That simple act of empathy makes the problem feel lighter. The next time you're tempted to respond with logic, pause. Feel the moment. Tap into the emotional layer first. Logic alone may fix the problem, but the warmth of understanding will heal the heart. Trust can feel like walking on a tightrope. It's not something you can control entirely, and yet it's essential to building any meaningful relationship. The risk, of course, is that by putting your trust in someone, you expose yourself. You open up to the possibility of disappointment, betrayal, or hurt. But here's the thing. Without trust, connections don't thrive. In fact, they often wither away. Think about the last time you had to rely on someone. Maybe it was a friend, a colleague, or even a loved one. You had to take that leap, not knowing for sure how things would turn out. It was risky, but there was a quiet hope in that leap, wasn't there? Psychologically, trust is built through small, repeated actions. Each time you trust and are trusted, it deepens the bond. And though it may feel risky in the beginning, the payoff is enormous. Trust fosters collaboration, creates emotional safety, and strengthens resilience. But what happens when trust is broken? The impact is swift. That sense of safety shatters, and rebuilding can feel like an uphill battle. It's easy to avoid the risk entirely, to keep things surface level. But that's not how meaningful connections are formed. When we take the risk to trust, even when it's uncomfortable, we open the door to a deeper, more fulfilling relationship. In the end, trust isn't just about believing in others, it's about believing that vulnerability can lead to growth. It's not about perfection, but the willingness to lean in, even when it feels risky. Hope can feel like a distant light, always just out of reach. It's natural to think of hope as something that pulls us forward, offering comfort in uncertain times. But sometimes it's more of a mirage. We hold on to it tightly, waiting for a change that never quite arrives. The reality. Hope can feel like an illusion because it often relies on something outside of our control. Take, for example, the hope that a big life change, like a new job, a move, or a relationship, will make everything better. We tell ourselves, once this happens, I'll feel at peace. But what happens when it doesn't? The disappointment isn't just about the outcome. It's about the expectation we built around it. Psychologically, our brains are wired to latch onto future possibilities, but we sometimes forget that those outcomes can't guarantee happiness on their own. It's the internal work that matters more than the external shift. This is where real hope comes in. It's not the fleeting hope that something will magically solve our problems. It's the hope rooted in action, in understanding that we have more power over our present than we realize. True hope isn't waiting, it's creating. It's taking small steps, however imperfect, and trusting that progress, however slow, is enough. The next time you feel hope slipping into illusion, ask yourself, what can I do today, right now, to shape the life I want? That's where hope becomes real, not a distant dream, but a tangible force in our hands. Success often feels like the destination we've all been striving for. But once we get there, something unexpected happens. Anxiety creeps in. It's almost as if achieving success brings with it a whole new set of worries. Psychologically, this is common. Success doesn't just bring relief. It can trigger a deeper fear of losing what you've gained or not being able to live up to the expectations now placed on you. It's easy to assume that success should feel satisfying, but when it doesn't, we start to wonder, what's wrong with me? This anxiety is often rooted in something psychologists call imposter syndrome, a feeling of unworthiness despite clear evidence of success. It's the nagging thought that you're somehow faking it, even when everyone else sees you as legitimate. For example, let's say you've just landed a big promotion at work. At first, there's excitement, but soon it's replaced with pressure. You start doubting your abilities, fearing you might not meet expectations or that others will catch on to your secret. This can lead to stress, burnout, or even self-sabotage. The key to navigating this anxiety is reframing your relationship with success. Instead of viewing it as a finish line, consider it part of an ongoing journey. By acknowledging that success comes with its own challenges, you can better prepare yourself mentally and emotionally. Psychologically, this shift in perspective can make success feel less like a burden and more like a stepping stone to greater personal growth. Ultimately, Success isn't just about the outcome. It's about how you handle the anxiety that comes with it and learn to embrace it as part of your growth. Power often masks vulnerability. When we see someone in a position of influence, we may assume they have it all together. The truth is, behind the strong exterior lies a deep well of fear. Fear of failure, fear of being exposed, fear of not living up to expectations. Power can be a shield, but it also hides the struggles people face inside. Think about a CEO who seems confident in every meeting, yet behind closed doors they're battling imposter syndrome, wondering if they truly belong in their role. This isn't unusual. Many powerful figures experience these internal battles. Psychologically, the need to project strength stems from the desire to protect ourselves and others from judgment. It's easier to appear unshakable than to reveal the doubts lurking beneath. This isn't just about high-profile leaders. In everyday life, we often hide our insecurities by appearing strong in front of others, fearing that vulnerability might make us seem weak or incapable. Yet, when we allow ourselves to show that fear, it can actually deepen our connections with others. People don't just respect power, they empathize with the struggle behind it. They see that vulnerability not as a weakness, but as part of the human experience. Recognizing that fear is part of the power dynamic is liberating. It shifts our understanding of leadership, success, and confidence. Instead of fearing the cracks in our armor, we can embrace them, knowing they don't diminish our strength. They make us more human. And sometimes that's where true power lies, in embracing fear, not hiding from it. It's hard to ignore the way we feel when we make a connection. That rush of warmth, that spark. It can feel like the world is aligning just right. But what happens when that connection feels like it's hurting instead of helping? When someone we care about is in pain, we often experience that pain right alongside them. It's the way our brains are wired. This shared emotional experience is called empathy, and it can be powerful, but it can also be overwhelming. Psychologically, this shared suffering is not just about feeling for someone else. It's about the way our minds mirror their emotions. When someone else hurts, we can feel their pain almost as if it's our own. This can create a deep bond, but it can also be exhausting. Imagine you're talking with a friend who's been having a rough time, and their frustration starts to weigh on you. It's easy to slip into the same emotional state, to mirror their distress. You want to fix it, but instead you end up taking on more of their burden. This is where understanding the role of empathy becomes crucial. While empathy fosters connection, it's important to recognize when it's tipping into emotional contagion, where you're simply absorbing the pain without offering support. The key here is balance. Psychologically, the best way to connect without drowning in someone else's emotions is to recognize the shared feeling without letting it define you. Next time, instead of absorbing their pain, try to create space for the connection to be healing. Mirror their feelings, acknowledge the hurt, but offer a sense of calm. Just by creating that balance, you can both feel understood, and that's where true connection thrives. When we reflect on our actions or thoughts, it can often feel like we're carrying an emotional weight. This feeling of heaviness isn't just about the things we've done, but the way our minds hold on to them. We all experience moments where the mind replays situations, trying to make sense of them or wishing we had acted differently. This mental process can be draining and overwhelming. Psychologically, reflection is a powerful tool for growth. It's how we learn from our mistakes and successes, but if it's not managed properly, it can lead to rumination. Rumination is the act of obsessively thinking over something that causes distress. It traps us in a cycle of negative emotions, preventing us from moving forward. So how can we shift from being bogged down by reflection to using it as a source of strength? The key is in recognizing when reflection becomes counterproductive. For example, instead of constantly replaying a missed opportunity at work, you might ask yourself, what did I learn from this? This shift in perspective can lighten the emotional load. By framing reflection as a tool for growth, we allow ourselves to acknowledge our feelings but not let them define us. In these moments, it's crucial to pause and be kind to ourselves. Reflection doesn't have to be a heavy burden. When approached with empathy and a mindset of self-compassion, it becomes a bridge to a deeper understanding of ourselves. Recognizing the difference between constructive reflection and overthinking can free us from the mental weight, turning it into a stepping stone for personal growth. Change is a constant, but it often sparks chaos. Whether it's a new project, a change in routine, or shifting expectations, our brains don't always handle change smoothly. It can feel like the ground is shifting beneath us, creating a sense of instability. But in psychology, this reaction is rooted in how we cope with uncertainty. When things change, our brains are wired to seek control, to find certainty, and when that's not possible, it creates stress. Take a familiar example. A team shifts their strategy at work. Initially, there's excitement, an opportunity for growth, but soon, confusion sets in. People start questioning the new approach, wondering if it will work. The discomfort stems from the brain's natural resistance to the unfamiliar. This is why change often feels chaotic. It challenges the brain's need for predictability. However, change doesn't have to be a source of constant chaos. When we embrace it as part of the process, it becomes a catalyst for growth. Research shows that our brains adapt more effectively when we approach change with curiosity rather than resistance. By breaking change down into manageable steps and focusing on what we can control, we can ease the discomfort. It's not about eliminating the chaos, but learning to navigate it more gracefully. When we shift our mindset from seeing change as a threat to viewing it as an opportunity, we unlock creativity, resilience, and new ways of thinking. Change may spark chaos, but with the right tools, it can also ignite transformation. We all know that psychology offers deep insights into human behavior, but how can we apply it practically to make our everyday lives a bit better? One of the most effective lessons from psychology is about mindset, how we view challenges and growth. For example, the growth mindset teaches us that effort is just as important as outcome. Instead of feeling defeated by failure, we learn that persistence is key to success. This simple shift in thinking can open doors to greater resilience. Take the time to recognize your own potential. Psychology shows that acknowledging strengths, even small ones, can boost confidence and drive. When we are told, "You've got something here," it helps create a belief in our abilities that carries us forward, even when we're unsure of ourselves. That one statement, when said with intention, can stay with you for years, guiding you through self-doubt and pushing you to take risks. Another valuable concept is the importance of rest. Many people see rest as something to be earned, but in reality, it is a strategy. Our brains need recovery to perform at their best. Research shows that taking breaks, not just when you're exhausted, but proactively, improves focus, creativity, and decision-making. When we embrace rest as part of the process, we become more productive and less prone to burnout. When we apply these lessons, valuing effort over just results, recognizing our potential, and allowing ourselves rest, psychology isn't just theory. It's a practical roadmap for better, more fulfilling lives. Manipulation isn't always obvious. It often starts subtly with small changes that seem harmless at first, but over time, these can grow into more obvious forms of control, leaving you feeling confused or even guilty. Recognizing manipulation early is crucial, and it begins with tuning into your gut instincts. Let's imagine you're in a conversation where someone is constantly twisting your words or using your emotions against you. At first, it might seem like a harmless misunderstanding, but when this happens repeatedly, it's a sign. Manipulation thrives in environments where boundaries are unclear, where one person's needs always seem to take precedence over the others. This is psychological manipulation at play, something that distorts reality, making you question your perceptions. The key to spotting it early is awareness. Watch for patterns like guilt tripping, constant deflection, or someone always shifting the blame onto you. Psychologically, manipulative people often make you feel responsible for their feelings or actions, pulling you into their web of control. When you recognize these signs, take a step back. The more you reflect on the situation, the clearer things will become. A simple reframe can make a world of difference. Instead of feeling like you're walking on eggshells, you'll begin to see the situation for what it truly is: an attempt to control. And in that moment, you gain back your power. It's not always easy to spot manipulation right away, but the earlier you recognize it, the easier it becomes to set healthy boundaries and protect your emotional well-being. Trust your instincts. They're often the first to pick up on what's wrong. When we talk about emotions, it's easy to think they're just something we feel and react to. But what if we told you that emotions can actually be a source of power? The truth is, emotions can fuel us to make better decisions, build deeper connections, and achieve more than we thought possible. Harnessing emotional power doesn't mean letting feelings control you. It's about tapping into them with intention. Imagine feeling frustrated during a project at work. Instead of letting that frustration spiral, you use it. You channel it into finding creative solutions, using that energy to push through the tough spots. When we acknowledge our emotions, rather than pushing them aside, we unlock a new kind of strength. This isn't just about overcoming negative emotions. Positive emotions like joy, pride, and excitement are just as potent. Think about a time you were genuinely excited about something. Maybe a new project or an event you were preparing for. That excitement likely made you more motivated, more focused, and more driven. When we recognize the emotions fueling us, we can amplify their impact. The psychological power behind this is simple. Emotions, when embraced and understood, can sharpen our focus, increase resilience, and improve performance. They push us to act, think, and create in ways we might not have imagined. By harnessing emotional power, we tap into an endless source of energy that can guide us towards success. So, next time you feel something stirring inside, instead of shutting it down, pause, recognize it, reflect on it, and use it to propel yourself forward. Your emotions are not obstacles, but fuel. Fuel for your next great achievement. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that our limitations are set in stone. We often tell ourselves that this is just who we are, that the way we think or react is hardwired, that our mental chains are permanent. But that's not the truth. The mind is far more flexible than we give it credit for. At the core of breaking these mental chains is understanding that change isn't about forcing yourself to be someone you're not. It's about realizing that with the right mindset and approach, you can break free from self-imposed barriers. Our brains are incredibly adaptable, constantly reshaping and rewiring based on our experiences and efforts. This principle, known as neuroplasticity, shows us that our mental patterns, whether they're habits, thoughts, or emotional reactions, can change over time. Take a simple example. Think about a time when you had a negative thought like, "I'm not good enough," and let that spiral into more doubts. That pattern of thinking feels like a chain, right? But here's the thing. When you actively choose to question that thought, to replace it with something more supportive, like, "I've faced challenges before and grown from them," you begin to reshape that mental chain. It doesn't happen overnight, but with practice, it weakens. It's like retraining a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. This isn't just about positive thinking, though. It's about understanding that our minds are not fixed. By deliberately challenging those limiting thoughts, taking small risks, and embracing growth, we gradually free ourselves from the mental constraints that once seemed impossible to break. So, if you find yourself trapped by doubt or fear, remember, your mind is capable of change. You just have to choose to break those chains, one step at a time. We all hold beliefs about ourselves and the world around us, many of them shaped by past experiences or society's expectations. But what if some of those beliefs aren't true at all? In fact, many of them might be limiting you from seeing the full picture of what's possible for you. The truth is, we often operate on false beliefs without even realizing it. Take, for example, the idea that success is only for the naturally gifted, or that failure is a sign you're not cut out for something. These beliefs can trap us into thinking that if we don't succeed immediately, we're failures. In reality, success is often a product of persistence, learning and evolving, not just raw talent. Psychologically, this is tied to the concept of a growth mindset, a belief that abilities can be developed with effort. When we embrace this, we free ourselves from the pressure to be perfect from the start and instead focus on progress. Another common false belief is the idea that emotional vulnerability is a weakness. The truth is, showing vulnerability fosters deeper connections and allows for real growth. It's not a sign of inadequacy, it's a sign of strength. People who allow themselves to be vulnerable invite trust and understanding into their relationships, which is the foundation of meaningful connection. Shattering false beliefs isn't about denying your past experiences. It's about questioning their hold over you. When you start challenging these limiting beliefs, you'll begin to see yourself and the world around you through a new, empowering lens. Remember, the stories you tell yourself shape your reality. So start rewriting them. There's a part of you that often gets overlooked. The side of you that is darker, quieter, and maybe even a little frightening to face. But what if we told you that embracing this side of yourself could lead to growth? Our culture pushes us to focus on the light, the positive, the hopeful, the successful. But in psychology, there's value in understanding and accepting our inner darkness too. This isn't about indulging in negativity or staying stuck in harmful patterns. It's about recognizing that within our shadows lie the things we often ignore: fear, insecurities, anger, and vulnerability. When we face these emotions, rather than suppressing them, we give ourselves the opportunity to heal and evolve. Take fear, for example. Most people avoid it, running from uncomfortable situations, but when we allow ourselves to sit with fear, it loses its grip. We start to understand it, and in turn, learn to move through it. That shift in perspective from avoidance to acceptance is empowering. Psychologically, it builds resilience and opens the door to deeper self-awareness. The same principle applies to all our emotions, especially the ones we deem negative. Anger, when acknowledged, can become a tool for setting boundaries. Sadness, when explored, often reveals what truly matters to us. By embracing these parts of ourselves, we stop fighting against our nature and we begin to work with it, cultivating strength, clarity, and authenticity. So instead of fearing your inner darkness, invite it in. It's a necessary part of who you are, a guide to becoming your most complete self. Embrace it, understand it, and watch how it transforms your life. Self-control isn't something you're born with. It's a skill, one you can cultivate with practice. Think about the times you've felt your patience thinning or your resolve crumbling. Maybe in a stressful situation or when temptation strikes. It's easy to give in, to let the moment dictate your actions. But what if you could train yourself to respond differently, to take a step back and pause before acting? This is where the power of self-control comes in. Psychologically, it's about learning to manage your impulses and emotions, to make choices that align with your long-term goals rather than short-term desires. It's not about suppression, but about creating space to reflect and choose a better response. Research shows that self-control is like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. For example, let's say you're trying to eat healthier, but you're faced with a tempting dessert. Instead of reacting immediately, take a breath. In that pause, you can ask yourself, how will this choice affect my goals? How will I feel later? This small moment of reflection can shift your behavior in a more positive direction. It doesn't mean never enjoying a treat. It means having the power to decide when and how to indulge, rather than being ruled by impulse. The beauty of self-control is that it builds over time. The more you practice resisting small urges, the easier it becomes to tackle bigger challenges. It's not about perfection, it's about progress. Each time you choose thoughtfully, you're rewiring your brain to make better decisions, creating a foundation for success and well-being. It's easy to fall into the trap of believing our opinions are the only valid ones. We all have biases, automatic filters through which we interpret the world around us. But the moment we recognize these biases is when we begin to change our perception. The key isn't about trying to eliminate them completely. That's impossible. It's about challenging them and, in the process, expanding our view of reality. Take a simple situation. You're in a meeting, and someone presents an idea that doesn't sit well with you. Without realizing it, you might dismiss it based on an assumption or past experience. You think, I've heard this before, or this won't work. But here's the thing. What if, just for a moment, you stopped and asked yourself, am I reacting because I'm familiar with this idea, or because it's truly not a good fit? Psychologically, this is a shift from automatic thinking to reflective thinking. The simple act of pausing and questioning our first reaction opens the door to new possibilities. It allows us to be more open, more creative, and ultimately more fair in our judgments. Instead of relying on familiar biases to guide decisions, we start approaching situations with curiosity. This not only broadens our perspectives, but can also lead to better solutions. The beauty of challenging biases is that it doesn't require perfection. It's about the practice of being aware, of noticing when you're leaning on old assumptions and gently pushing yourself to see things from another angle. Over time, this becomes a habit, a mindset that enriches not just your decision-making, but the way you engage with the world. And that subtle shift, it makes all the difference. Fear is often seen as something to avoid, something that holds us back. But what if fear could be a tool? What if, instead of running from it, we learn to use it strategically? In psychology, fear activates our fight or flight response, preparing us to take action. But rather than simply reacting, we can harness that energy. The key lies in understanding that fear isn't always a signal to stop. Sometimes it's a cue to step forward, even when it feels uncomfortable. Take, for example, a major decision at work. You might feel a sense of dread about a new project or a big presentation. Instead of letting that fear paralyze you, use it to fuel preparation. It sharpens your focus, making you more alert, ensuring you don't overlook important details. Psychologically, this taps into what's called eustress, a form of beneficial stress that pushes you to perform at your best rather than draining your energy. Another powerful way to use fear is by breaking down big, intimidating goals into smaller, manageable tasks. Each step feels less overwhelming, and your fear is reduced because you're not facing everything at once. This approach, grounded in behavioral psychology, shifts your mindset from the overwhelming unknown to a series of achievable moments. When we acknowledge fear as part of the process, we begin to see it differently. It's not something to avoid, but a signal to engage more deeply. Fear can guide us, pushing us to grow, learn, and ultimately succeed in ways we didn't think possible. It becomes less of a barrier and more of a guidepost. So next time fear appears, don't flee. Use it. It might just be the nudge you need to move forward. Respect doesn't always have to be loudly declared or demanded. Sometimes it's quietly earned through consistent, subtle actions. It's the way you carry yourself, the way you engage with others, and how you communicate without forcing your presence. This approach, commanding respect quietly, often feels more authentic and impactful than simply asserting authority. Think about the last time you were in a room where someone effortlessly captured everyone's attention. They didn't raise their voice, they didn't need to interrupt, they simply spoke when it mattered, shared insights when it was necessary, and listened intently when others spoke. This isn't just a style, it's a powerful form of influence. Psychologically, this approach taps into a deeper understanding of human interaction. People are drawn to those who have self-assurance without arrogance. When you don't seek validation, but still show up with confidence, others instinctively respect you. You give them the space to feel heard, and in return, they begin to value what you bring to the table. For example, in a meeting, instead of dominating the conversation, you listen more. You respond thoughtfully when your input is needed, and you allow others to shine. This creates a calm, yet powerful presence, one that holds more weight than shouting over others. Over time, this builds trust and fosters a deeper level of respect. At the end of the day, commanding respect quietly isn't about being silent. It's about knowing when to speak, how to listen, and showing a presence that speaks louder than words. This quiet strength is often the most powerful kind. It's easy to feel like we have to act on every impulse, especially when something inside pushes us to react immediately. But what if, instead of acting on those hidden urges, we paused for a moment? The truth is, those moments of instinct aren't always our best guide. Psychologically, when we react impulsively, we're often responding from a place of emotion or habit, not intentional thought. Resisting these hidden urges doesn't mean ignoring our feelings. It means choosing how to respond instead of letting automatic reactions take over. Take, for example, a situation where frustration builds up in a conversation. That inner voice might urge you to snap back, to defend yourself, to shut down the other person. But if you pause and reflect, you create space for a more thoughtful approach. By resisting that urge, you shift from reacting to responding, and often this small act of restraint opens the door to a more constructive conversation. This pause creates a moment for better decisions because it taps into something deeper than just the immediate impulse. It activates your ability to think clearly, regulate emotions, and find solutions that serve everyone, not just the first thing that comes to mind. And while resisting these urges takes practice, it can transform the way we engage with the world. By recognizing that these hidden urges aren't always helpful, we give ourselves the chance to act with intention. When we resist impulsive reactions, we start making choices that align with who we truly want to be: calm, thoughtful, and more in control. Pain is an inevitable part of life, but it doesn't always have to be a burden. In fact, we can use pain as a tool for growth and transformation. This isn't about avoiding hardship, but rather about harnessing it in ways that move us forward. When we experience pain, whether physical or emotional, our natural instinct might be to escape it as quickly as possible. But what if, instead of running from pain, we allowed it to guide us? Psychologically, pain can serve as a signal telling us something needs attention. Whether it's a relationship, a goal, or our own well-being, pain can highlight areas of our life that need healing or change. Instead of pushing pain aside, we can use it as an opportunity to reflect, adapt, and even evolve. Think about a time when you faced something challenging. Didn't it change you in some way? That transformation, that shift, is the magic of what we call transforming pain. Let's consider a personal example. If you've ever felt the sting of failure, it might have been tempting to label it as a loss. But in truth, failure holds the potential for insight. It can reveal where we need to improve, where we've been neglecting ourselves, or where we've been too focused on external validation. By embracing this pain, you not only understand what went wrong, but also learn how to avoid it in the future. Psychologically, when we face pain with curiosity instead of fear, we open the door to growth. And in that space, tomorrow's pain can feel less like an obstacle and more like a stepping stone. What might feel like a setback today could be your greatest strength tomorrow, if you allow it to shape you. Inner strength isn't something we're born with. It's something we build. It grows with each challenge we face, each step we take when life feels heavy. The key is recognizing that this strength doesn't come from always being tough, but from knowing how to bounce back when things get tough. Take a moment and think about the hardest thing you've faced. How did you get through it? Probably not by pushing through alone, but by tapping into something deeper, whether it was patience, a shift in perspective, or a moment of quiet resilience. This ability to rise, to keep going despite setbacks, is the essence of inner strength. Psychologically, this resilience is tied to how we view challenges. When we start to see difficulties not as threats, but as opportunities for growth, our mindset changes. It's about shifting from the idea of "I can't" to "I'll figure this out." And when you make that shift, your brain responds. Problem solving becomes easier, emotions become more balanced, and you handle stress better. For example, think about a time you were overwhelmed, but then you took a step back, reassessed, and found a solution. That's inner strength at work. It's about using what you've learned, trusting yourself, and knowing that even in the toughest moments, you have the tools to get through. So, every time you face a challenge, remember, your strength isn't in the absence of struggle. It's in your ability to keep going, to find your footing again. And with every step you take, you grow stronger. This isn't just about surviving, it's about thriving, one moment at a time. Balancing power and empathy isn't always easy. In a world where strength is often praised, it can feel like showing empathy makes you seem weak. But the truth is, combining the two is a powerful way to connect with others and influence them in a positive way. The real magic happens when you lead with empathy while still holding on to your authority. It's not about choosing one over the other, but finding a way to weave them together. Empathy allows you to understand and relate to someone's feelings, while power helps you guide and make decisions with confidence. When both are present, you not only create trust, but also motivate others to be their best selves. Take a manager, for example, who needs to give feedback to an employee. Instead of simply focusing on what went wrong, a balanced approach would involve acknowledging the employee's efforts and then guiding them toward improvement. This combination of understanding and direction shows that you respect their feelings, but also have the strength to lead them through the challenge. Psychologically, this balance taps into both the emotional and logical sides of the brain. It creates a safe space where people feel heard and valued, which in turn makes them more open to growth. Power, when exercised with empathy, becomes a tool for connection and growth, not control. When you find that sweet spot, you don't just lead, you inspire. You set the stage for collaboration and trust, turning challenges into opportunities for everyone involved. And in the end, it's this balanced approach that not only helps others, but elevates your leadership and influence. Freeing your consciousness isn't about escaping the pressures of daily life or retreating into a place of comfort. It's about releasing the limiting beliefs and mental blocks that hold us back. The human mind often works on autopilot, repeating patterns and reacting to stress without fully engaging. But there's another way. By actively questioning the assumptions you carry, you begin to unlock a space for growth and possibility. When you open yourself to the idea of free thinking, you're allowing yourself to consider alternatives to the rigid thoughts you've held for so long. It's not about being rebellious or ignoring reality. It's about recognizing that your mindset is flexible and that you're capable of seeing new perspectives. For instance, let's say you've always believed that you have to work harder than everyone else to succeed. What if, instead of working harder, you focused on working smarter? Freeing your mind from old ideas like this opens you up to creativity and more efficient solutions. Psychologically, this shift in thinking is a form of cognitive flexibility. It means you stop seeing things in black and white and start embracing the full spectrum of possibilities. Your brain begins to see opportunities, not just obstacles. When you free your consciousness, you move beyond mental barriers and find new ways to approach challenges. This mental clarity not only reduces stress, but also fosters resilience, helping you face life's curveballs with a more positive outlook. So, the next time you feel stuck in your thoughts, pause for a moment. Question what you're thinking and ask if there's another, more empowering way to view the situation. Freeing your consciousness is about shifting your perspective and embracing the vast potential within your own mind. Every moment in your life can be seen as a chance to rewrite your story. It's not about erasing what's happened, but about taking control of how you interpret it and how it shapes the future. For many, life is a series of chapters that feel out of their hands. Choices made, opportunities missed, and mistakes carried like baggage. But what if you could start seeing each of those moments as an essential part of your personal narrative, a chapter you can reshape, not just react to? This concept is rooted in the psychology of self-perception. How you view your past directly influences your behavior today. The human brain has a remarkable ability to reframe experiences, turning hardships into lessons, failures into stepping stones. When you rewrite your story, you shift from a passive observer of your life to an active participant. This is the power of self-efficacy, the belief that you can influence the outcomes in your life. It's about changing the lens through which you see challenges. Take, for example, someone who's faced rejection in their career. They could let it define them, thinking they're just unlucky or not good enough. Or they could look at it as an opportunity to refine their skills, pursue a different path, or find a new passion. The shift doesn't happen overnight, but each decision to change the narrative, to see obstacles as opportunities, builds momentum. Your story isn't written in stone, it's a draft, a work in progress, and you are the author. The key is understanding that you're not defined by what's happened, but by how you choose to move forward. Every decision, every belief, every shift in perspective is a chance to redefine who you are and what you're capable of. And in that power of choice lies the potential to create the life you truly want. When you're standing at the crossroads of uncertainty, it's easy to think that you need a clear, safe path to follow. But sometimes embracing the unknown is where the real magic happens. Stepping into uncertain territory can feel daunting, but it also opens up possibilities that a structured path can't offer. In psychology, it's been shown that we grow most when we're challenged, when we don't have all the answers up front. Think of it like learning to ride a bike. At first, you wobbled, unsure if you could balance or make it down the road, but each uncertain pedal took you further than you ever imagined. That's the power of uncertainty. It stretches you beyond your comfort zone and helps you discover new strengths. Let's take a real-life example. Imagine you're considering a career change. It's not just the job you're unsure about. It's the whole shift in lifestyle, the risk of failure. But what if the uncertainty is actually an opportunity to learn more about yourself? To uncover interests you didn't know you had? The challenge of navigating unknown waters gives you the chance to grow and evolve in ways you never expected. Psychologically, this is tied to our ability to adapt. When we push ourselves into the unknown, we engage problem-solving skills and resilience we didn't know we had. It forces us to be more creative and more resourceful. Uncertainty, when embraced, becomes a catalyst for personal growth, helping us see the world in ways we would have missed by staying on the safe path. So the next time you face uncertainty, instead of avoiding it, take a deep breath and step forward. Sometimes the best path is the one you create by embracing the unknown. We often get caught up in our daily routine, tackling tasks one after another. But what if the key to changing our perspective lies in how we approach these moments? Shifting your perception every day isn't about grand gestures. It's about small intentional shifts that over time alter your mindset and outcomes. This idea stems from a psychological principle called cognitive reframing. It's the simple act of seeing the same situation through a new lens, whether it's turning a challenge into an opportunity or choosing to respond to stress with calm instead of panic. Take a moment today to notice the little things that usually trigger frustration or stress. Maybe it's a traffic jam, a difficult conversation, or a setback at work. Instead of letting these situations drain you, try shifting your viewpoint. Recognize that these moments are often not about the event itself, but how you interpret it. By practicing this daily shift, you begin to see the world as more fluid and full of potential rather than fixed and frustrating. For example, think about a tough meeting. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the pressure to perform, reframe it as a chance to learn something new, to build resilience, or even to connect with others on a deeper level. Psychologically, this shift can activate parts of the brain responsible for positive emotions, which can reduce stress and even improve your decision-making abilities. This doesn't happen overnight, but with consistent practice, it leads to greater clarity, better emotional regulation, and enhanced motivation. The more you incorporate this mindset, the more you'll see how much control you have over your perspective and ultimately your success. Emotions are powerful. They can shape our decisions, influence our actions, and impact our relationships. But when emotions go unchecked, they can also lead us to react impulsively or make choices we later regret. So, what if you could master your emotions instead of being controlled by them? The key to mastering emotions lies not in suppressing them, but in understanding and channeling them. When you feel anger rising, for instance, instead of letting it dictate your response, pause, take a breath. This moment of stillness gives you the space to reflect on what's driving the emotion. Are you frustrated, hurt, or anxious? Understanding the root cause can make all the difference in how you react. Here's the thing. Emotions are signals, not commands. They are telling you something important, whether it's about your needs, boundaries, or desires. When you recognize that your emotions aren't there to control you, but to inform you, you take back the power to respond thoughtfully. For example, instead of lashing out in anger, you can express what you need calmly and assertively, preserving both your peace and the relationship. Psychologically, this approach taps into something called emotional intelligence. By becoming aware of your emotions, you can improve your self-regulation and empathy, which in turn enhances your decision-making and interpersonal connections. Mastering your emotions isn't about never feeling them. It's about using them to navigate life more effectively. When you embrace this mindset, you move from reacting impulsively to responding consciously, making you not only more in control of your emotions, but also more in control of your life. We all have hidden motives that influence the decisions we make, often without us even realizing it. Think about a time you found yourself acting in a way that surprised you. Maybe you were overly generous or perhaps defensive. That's your subconscious speaking up. In psychology, these hidden drivers are called secondary gains, and they can shape our behavior in ways we might not even understand. Consider a situation where someone in a meeting seems disengaged, not contributing much to the discussion. On the surface, they may appear uninterested or unprepared, but in reality there could be something deeper at play. Perhaps they're avoiding conflict or worried about being judged. They may even have a fear of making a mistake that could affect their reputation. This is where understanding hidden motives becomes crucial. When you look past the surface and try to understand why people act the way they do, you start to see a more complete picture. Psychologically, recognizing hidden motives creates space for empathy, trust, and clearer communication. If we simply address the behavior without exploring the underlying motive, we risk misinterpreting intentions and missing opportunities for connection. For example, when someone reacts defensively to a piece of feedback, it's easy to take it personally. But when you recognize that their defense is likely rooted in insecurity or fear, you approach the conversation differently, more gently, with understanding. This not only makes them feel heard, but also opens the door for genuine dialogue. By uncovering hidden motives, we unlock a deeper level of connection with others. It's about seeing beyond actions to the emotions, fears, and desires that truly drive behavior. And once we understand those, we can create more meaningful interactions that go beyond what's said or done. Imagine for a moment that the thing you believe to be true is actually the opposite of what you need. That's the power of paradox. In psychology, a paradox doesn't just confound, it can change your perspective entirely. Take, for example, the idea that to be successful, you need to focus only on the end result. It's easy to believe that the more you push, the greater the outcome. But paradoxically, when you focus solely on the result, you often miss the journey that gets you there. This concept plays out in real life every day. You might think that taking a break from a task will slow you down. But studies show that stepping away actually boosts productivity in the long run. It's like trying to stretch a rubber band further and further without releasing tension. You can only go so far before it snaps. When we embrace the paradox, we understand that slowing down can actually speed us up. Psychologically, this principle taps into a deeper truth. Balance is key. It's not about working harder, but about working smarter. When we allow ourselves space to rest, reflect, or even make mistakes, it's the very act of doing so that propels us forward. It's not about effort without pause, but effort that includes pause. In this paradox, we find the secret to long-term success and well-being. By recognizing this truth, we shift from an all-or-nothing mindset to one that embraces the complexity of progress. So, instead of racing toward your goals with single-minded focus, consider this. The best way forward might just be taking a step back. It's easy to get caught up in the way things are. We often take assumptions for granted, accepting them as truths without questioning where they come from. But what if we could break free from that? What if the way we view the world, our biases, our judgments, even our most common beliefs, are simply assumptions that we've been conditioned to accept? In psychology, assumptions are seen as mental shortcuts, ways our brains simplify complex information. But while they help us make quick decisions, they can also limit our perspective. By questioning them, we open up to new possibilities, new solutions, and better ways of thinking. Take, for instance, a work project. You might assume that the best approach is always the fastest, or that doing it alone is more efficient. But what if collaborating with others brings out more creativity and leads to better results? Psychologically, this taps into the power of social cognition, the idea that we think and grow through interaction with others. So, the assumption that independence equals success might be more limiting than empowering. The next time you encounter a challenge, pause for a moment. Ask yourself, what assumptions am I making here? You'll be surprised at how often those assumptions are holding you back from discovering a smarter, more effective way forward. This simple shift in mindset doesn't just change your approach. It transforms your entire experience, opening doors to a richer, more dynamic world of possibility. Stepping out of your comfort zone often feels like a leap into the unknown, but it's also where true growth lies. Many of us gravitate toward what feels safe and familiar, even when we know it limits our potential. But when you challenge yourself to face discomfort, something incredible happens. You stretch your boundaries, learn new things about yourself, and uncover strengths you didn't know you had. This concept is backed by psychology, which shows that growth happens at the edge of our comfort zones. The brain thrives on novelty and challenge. When you expose yourself to new experiences, your brain rewires, creating new pathways that enhance learning, creativity, and resilience. This is why people often experience a rush of accomplishment after trying something they initially feared. For example, maybe you've always felt nervous about public speaking. The first time you step up in front of a crowd might feel overwhelming, but with each attempt, your fear decreases and your confidence grows. You don't just become better at speaking, you develop a deeper trust in your ability to face challenges head-on. Psychologically, the discomfort you feel isn't a sign to retreat. It's a signal that you're pushing your limits and opening up to new possibilities. Embracing discomfort in small ways, whether it's tackling a new project at work or learning a new skill, leads to meaningful personal transformation. It's not about avoiding the fear, it's about using it as fuel to propel you forward. In the end, defying your comfort zone doesn't just change your capabilities, it changes the way you see the world. When you step into the unknown, you realize just how much more you are capable of achieving. We often believe that the truth is something we can clearly see, something simple. But what if the most profound truths are buried beneath the surface, hidden by layers of perception and assumption? To uncover these deeper truths, we have to challenge our automatic responses and embrace a mindset of exploration. Consider a conversation you've had where, instead of genuinely understanding each other, both sides were simply trying to prove their point. We all fall into this trap, believing that the right answer is out there if only we can reach it. But the real shift happens when we stop focusing only on being right, and instead focus on listening and understanding. This change in perspective can often lead us to discover truths we didn't even know we were searching for. In psychology, this process is linked to the idea of self-reflection and empathy. When we allow ourselves to be curious and open to what others are truly saying, we can often uncover insights about ourselves and the world around us. It's not just about hearing the words, it's about noticing the emotions, the pauses, the unspoken feelings. This deeper listening brings forth a clarity that surface-level conversation simply can't provide. The next time you find yourself in a conversation, try something different. Instead of rushing to respond, pause and reflect. What's really being said here? What's beneath the surface? It's in these moments of stillness that the deeper truths often reveal themselves, changing not just how you see the other person, but how you see the world. Living with purpose isn't about having everything figured out. It's about aligning your actions with what truly matters to you. Often we get caught up in the rush of life, chasing goals, meeting deadlines, and fulfilling expectations. But in the midst of all this, we forget to ask, what is the deeper meaning behind what we're doing? Psychologically, this can lead to burnout and frustration. When we're disconnected from our core values, it becomes easy to lose sight of why we started something in the first place. Purpose doesn't have to be a grand world-changing mission. It can be found in the everyday moments. It's in the way we approach our work, the kindness we show others, or the way we spend our free time. For example, if you're working on a project that feels tedious, ask yourself, how does this align with something you care about? Maybe it's contributing to a team, learning something new, or even just making life easier for someone else. This reframing brings meaning to even the smallest tasks, making them feel less like a burden and more like a stepping stone towards something greater. Psychologically, living with purpose helps reduce stress and boosts motivation. When we feel connected to the why behind what we do, we're more resilient. It gives us the energy to keep going even when challenges arise. It's not about perfection or always having everything mapped out. It's about knowing that every step, no matter how small, is part of a larger journey that reflects who we are and what we value. And sometimes that's all we need to feel grounded and inspired.